Hello, welcome. If these stories speak to you, if you find comfort in the lessons found in the quiet corners of history, please check if you've rated the show. It helps more than you know, helping new viewers find us, and helping me to make better videos for you all. Let me know in the comments where you're listening, what time it is there, and let's journey back to the East. Tonight, we are going to go looking through all of the hidden wisdoms of Eastern philosophy. Not as a lecture, not as a row of names you cannot pronounce, but as a long, unhurried journey through the handful of ideas that have outlived every empire that ever tried to burn them. We will sit with the people who found the deepest life truths, hidden in caves and at riverbanks and in the wreck of their own lives. And one by one, without rushing, we will let them tell us what they learned. I should warn you, before we begin, that this is not a list to be skimmed. The ideas we are about to meet do not give themselves up to anyone in a hurry, and they were never meant to. They were meant to be lived with, slowly, the way you live with weather, or with grief, or with someone you love. But I will tell you this much. Underneath all of it, underneath the different languages and the different gods and the centuries that separate them, these people were answering the same questions we all have. The ones we carry into bed, the ones that wait behind our ribs. And the answer the Eastern philosophers kept arriving at, by entirely different roads, is far more useful than you have been led to believe. You will want to stay for this one, I promise. Welcome, Nightlings. This is Huxley. If you like listening or falling asleep to real stories that will reveal life's deeper truths, then this is the place for you. Consider subscribing and let the next story find you when you need it most. We are close towards a milestone for this little channel, 5,000 followers. It is not much, I know, but it is progress, and I cannot get there without your help. So if you have thoroughly enjoyed one of my episodes, share it with a friend who needs it. Follow if you have not. It matters more than it should. Thank you. Now let's settle in, find a quiet place, turn down the lights and turn off those persistent little notifications and drift back. Picture nothing for a moment, only the rain. It is falling on a road in northern India, 25 centuries ago, and it has been falling for a long time. The kind of grey, patient, endless rain that turns the world to mud and washes the colour out of everything. And on that road, going nowhere in particular, there is a woman. She is alone. Her clothes are soaked through and coming apart. Her hair is loose and wild with the wet. And she has stopped, some while ago now, making sense to the people who pass her. They give her a wide berth. They look away, and then they look back, and then they hurry on, because there is something in her face that frightens them, something that is not quite there anymore, and people do not like to look at that for long. Here is what they cannot see, what no one passing on that road could possibly know. In the space of a few short days, this woman lost everything she had. Not some of it, all of it. Her husband, both of her young children, her mother, her father, her brother, everyone. One after another after another. The world simply reached into her life and emptied her hands one finger at a time, until there was nothing left in them to hold, and a grief like that, a grief with no bottom to it, does not always leave a person standing in the ordinary way. Sometimes it takes the mind out with the rest. Hers had gone wandering, somewhere she could not follow it, and her body simply walked on without it, through the rain, on a road that led nowhere she had chosen. This is the bottom. I want you to understand that before we go any further, there is no deeper place than this in a human life. To lose one person you love is to be broken open. To lose every single one, in the time it takes a storm to pass, is something the language does not even have a proper word for. The old accounts simply say she went out of her mind, and you can well believe it. And yet, somewhere ahead of her on that road, under a stand of trees, there is a man sitting quite still, speaking quietly to a small gathering of people. She does not know he is there. She does not know anything just now. But her feet are carrying her toward him all the same, step by muddy step, and she is about to hear a single handful of words that will not make her loss any smaller, not by an ounce, but will somehow make her larger than it. Larger than the worst thing that has ever happened to a person. People have asked, for as long as there have been people to ask, what on earth you are supposed to do when everything is taken from you. Most of them never find an answer worth the name. She did. And what she found did not become a grave. It became a doorway. But that, nightlings, is the very first of our stories, and we will come back to her in the rain very soon. We left a woman in the rain. Let us go back to her now, because what happened next is the reason her name has survived for 2,500 years, when the names of kings and generals from her century have long since washed away. Her name was Patakara, and before the storm came for everything, she had a life, an ordinary and rather happy one. She was born the daughter of a wealthy merchant in a fine house, with servants and silk and every comfort that money lays out for the people lucky enough to be born into it. But the heart does as it pleases, and hers had fallen, quietly and completely, for one of the young men who worked in her father's household. A servant, entirely unsuitable by the reckoning of her family. And so, rather than be married off to some respectable stranger, she did the boldest thing of her short life. She slipped away with the man she loved, and the two of them went off to live a poor and simple life together, far from the house she had grown up in. For a while, it was enough, more than enough. They were young, and they had each other, and the histories tell us they were happy in their small way. Children came, and then, in the manner of these old stories, the world began, very gently at first, to take things back. I will not linger on the how of it. It does not need lingering on, and you have grief enough of your own without my dwelling on hers. It is enough to know that it came as a flood comes, all at once and from every direction. Her husband was taken first, suddenly, out walking on an ordinary day. Then, in the chaos and the rising water of a great storm, her newborn child was lost to her. And then, before she could even begin to understand what was happening, her older child too, swept from her by the swollen river she was trying to cross, in the space of hours. And as she stumbled on toward the only refuge she had left, the house of her childhood, the house where her mother and her father and her brother still lived, word reached her on the road that the same storm had brought that house down upon them in the night, and that they, too, were gone. Everyone, in days. The histories say she lost her husband, both her children and her parents and her brother, and that the grief of it was simply more than a mind is built to carry. And so her mind did what minds sometimes do when they are asked to carry more than they can. It set the burden down. It went somewhere else. Her clothing fell from her, unnoticed, and she walked on through the world without quite being in it any longer, a figure of such open and bottomless sorrow that the people she passed could not bear the sight of her, and turned away. Which is how she came at last, in the rain, to the grove where the Buddha was teaching. You can imagine the scene. A quiet gathering, a hush of listeners, and into the edge of it this wild and wretched figure. This woman the whole world had recoiled from. The crowd shrank back from her at once. Some moved to drive her off. Some called out to her to cover herself, to keep away. The way a crowd always does, with the thing it is afraid of. They saw a mad woman. They saw something broken past mending. He did not. Where every other pair of eyes in that grove saw a creature to be feared or pitied or sent away, the man under the trees saw something else entirely. He saw a person. Still in there. Buried, yes, almost lost, but still there, under all that ruin. And he did a thing so simple it is easy to miss how extraordinary it was. He did not flinch. He did not look away. He looked straight at her, into the wreckage of her, and he spoke to the person he could see still standing inside it. "Recover your mindfulness, sister." That was near enough, all of it. The old accounts have him say something very like that. Regain your presence of mind. Come back to yourself, sister. A few quiet words, and here is the strange and beautiful thing. The thing the whole story turns on. They reached her, where the shouting and the recoiling and the driving away had only pushed her further out of herself. This one calm voice, treating her not as a horror, but as a sister, as a person who could be spoken to, called her back. Because he addressed the sane woman answered. She came back into her own eyes. The histories tell us that in that moment some kind soul gave her a garment, and she covered herself, and the wildness went out of her, and she sat down, trembling at the edge of the crowd, and for the first time in many days she was present in her own life again. And then she did the bravest thing a person in such a state can do. She listened. Now, I want to be careful here, because what he taught her was not a comfort in the way we usually mean that word. He did not tell her it would be all right. He did not tell her the loss was small, or part of some larger plan she would understand in time, or that her loved ones were merely sleeping. He told her the truth, and the truth, in his hands, turned out to be the only thing large enough to hold her. He taught her impermanence. In his language, the word for it is anicca, and it sits at the very root of everything we will explore tonight. So let us sit with it for a moment, slowly. Anicca simply means that everything that is born will, in time, pass away. Everything. Not as a curse, not as a punishment, not as some cruelty aimed especially at her. As a law, as old and as steady and as impartial as the law that pulls the rain down out of the sky. Every life that begins ends. Everything that is built falls. Every meeting holds a parting inside it. From the very first moment, the way a seed holds the whole arc of the plant. It was true in her parents' lives. It was true, he told her, in every life that has ever been lived, without a single exception, anywhere, ever. What had happened to her was not the world singling her out. It was the world being exactly what it has always been. And then he showed her something gentler and harder and more important still. He showed her where the deepest part of her suffering was actually coming from. Because the loss itself, the bare fact of it, was one wound. That wound was real, and it was terrible, and nothing could make it otherwise. But there was a second wound, and that one she was making herself, without knowing it. It was the part of her that kept crying out that it should not be this way, that this love, her love, should have been the exception, that somewhere there ought to be a version of the world where the people we cherish are exempt from the law that governs everything else. The old teachers had an image for this that I have always found unbearably clear. They said that when life wounds us, that is the first arrow, and we do not choose it, it simply strikes. But then, very often, we take up a second arrow ourselves, the arrow of our protest, our why me, our it should not be so, and we drive it into the very same wound again and again, for years. The first arrow is the loss. The second arrow is our refusal to accept that loss can happen at all. And it is the second arrow, he told her, far more than the first, that turns a grief into a torment that never ends. There was one more thing he gave her, and it is the strangest of all, so I will hand it to you gently, the way I imagine it was handed to her. He told her that even the self she was grieving from, the I that stood in the center of all that pain, was not quite the solid, separate, permanent thing she took it to be. This idea has a name too, anatta. And I must be careful with it, because it is so easily misheard. Anatta does not mean that you do not exist. It does not mean that you are nothing, or that your love was nothing, or that the people you lost were not real. It means something subtler and, in the end, far kinder than that. It means that the self is not a fixed and frozen stone sitting at the middle of you, cut off and alone. It is more like a flame. A candle flame looks like one steady, continuous thing, does it not? But it is not. It is a process, new in every instant, fed and renewed and changing moment by moment. Never once the same flame twice, and so are you. You were never the solid, separate, lonely thing the fear insists you are. You were always something more flowing than that, more connected than that, woven into the great moving fabric of everything, rather than marooned outside it. The self she was defending so desperately, the self the loss had seemed to shatter, was lighter and freer and far less alone than her grief had told her it was. It is a great deal to take in. It was a great deal for her to take in, and it did not happen all at once. The teaching went in, and the storm in her began, very slowly, to quiet. But understanding a thing and truly seeing it are two different countries, and she had not yet crossed from one to the other. That crossing, when it came not from a sermon at all. It came from something small. Something so ordinary you would walk past it 100 times without a second glance. She had gone to wash her feet, that is all. A plain and homely task at the end of a plain day. The sort of thing the body does without asking the mind's permission. She poured the water, and she watched it run. And she noticed, idly at first, the way water moves. One trickle ran a little way across the dry ground and sank into it and was gone. She poured again, and that trickle ran a little further before the dry earth drank it down and it vanished. And a third ran further still, and then it too was gone, soaked away into the ground as though it had never been. And there, with the water at her feet, she saw it. All of it. The whole of what he had been telling her. Not as words now, but as a thing happening in front of her eyes. Some lives are short, and sink away near at hand. Some run further before they vanish, and some run further still. But every single one of them, every trickle, near or far, soon or late, sinks at last into the dry ground and is gone. That is not a tragedy that befell her family alone. That is simply what water does. That is simply what lives do. And in the seeing of it, fully, all the way down, something in her that had been clenched tight for days finally, quietly, let go. Her own words for that moment have survived the centuries, set down in the songs of the early nuns, and they are plainer and lovelier than anything I could put in their place. Washing my feet, she said, I noticed the water, and in watching it flow from high to low, my heart was composed like a fine thoroughbred steed. Composed, steadied. The wild, bolting grief of her finally brought, like a great horse, gently under rein. And later, that same night, in her small hut, she took a lamp, and she sat with it a while in the dark, and then she drew the wick down with a pin, and the little flame guttered and went out. And as she watched it vanish, she understood the last of it. The thing the water had been pointing at all along, that the going out is not a horror to be fought, that the flame does not suffer When it is quenched, it simply, finally comes to rest. The freeing of my mind, she said, was like the quenching of the lamp. That was her awakening. No thunder, no light from the heavens. A woman washing her feet, watching water sink into dry ground, and seeing at last the shape of the world as it truly is. And here, I think, is where this old story reaches across all those centuries and lays a hand on the rest of us. Because most of you listening tonight know something of what she carried. You have stood at gravesides. You have lost parents and friends, and some of you have lost the one person you thought you could not possibly go on without, and gone on anyway. You did not need an ancient teacher to tell you that everything passes. Life has been telling you that, in its own hard way, for years. But hear what the water actually said to her, because it is not what people think. The water did not say that her loss was small, or that she should not grieve, or that she ought to simply get over it and feel better. It said something far gentler than that. It said that loss is the shape love takes in a world where nothing stays. That to have loved at all is to have agreed somewhere without knowing it to one day let go. And that the peace she had been searching for, the peace you are perhaps searching for still, was never going to be found on the far side of forgetting them. It was waiting all along on the far side of accepting. Not accepting that they did not matter, accepting that they were always, like everything that is loved, only ever passing through. She did not become numb. That is the thing I most want you to carry away from her. She did not turn to stone, or stop loving, or pretend the loss away. She became steady. She went on to live a long life among the community of nuns, and they came to call her foremost among them in discipline, the most settled, the most reliable, the one who had her own house in perfect order. And when, in the years that followed, other mothers came to that community shattered by their own grief, half out of their own minds with it, the way she had once been, do you know who was sent to sit with them? She was. The woman who had been the most broken became the one steady enough to hold the breaking of others. Because she, of all of them, knew the road out. She had walked it herself, in the rain. That is what she did with the worst thing that ever happened to her. She let it teach her the one law that, once truly seen, makes the wailing finally stop. Patakara was undone by what the world did to her. Loss came at her from the outside, through no fault of her own, and she found her way back through the slow, hard work of acceptance. But the man we are going to meet next was undone by something else entirely. He was not destroyed by what was done to him. He was destroyed by what he did. His was a grief with guilt at the bottom of it, the worst kind there is, and his road back was longer and harder and a great deal bloodier than hers. They say he murdered dozens of people, and they say he became a saint. We are about to find out how a thing like that is even possible. The house was full. You could hear it from the hillside above, The music, the low roar of a crowd at a wedding feast, the smell of food carried up on the evening air, and inside, more than 30 people eating and laughing, the uncle and the aunt at the head of it all, their sons' wives, the whole proud family gathered under one roof. And on the hill above them, alone in the dark, a young man was finishing something he had begun a long time ago. He had studied for this. He had given years of his life to learn exactly how to do it. And now, with the words half under his breath, and his heart full of a grief that had curdled long ago into something far colder, he watched the roof of that house come down. The walls folded inward. The music stopped. And in the sudden, terrible quiet that followed, the young man on the hill understood, far too late, exactly what he had done. His name, the one history would remember him by, was Milarepa. And to understand how he came to be standing on that hillside, we have to go back, gently, to the boy he had been before the world reached in and broke him. He was born into comfort, in a high valley of Tibet, 1,000 years ago. His father was a prosperous man, a trader, and for a while the boy's childhood was a soft and ordinary thing. But his father fell ill and died while Milarepa was still small. And on his deathbed, the father did what dying men do. He entrusted the family, the wife, the young son, the little daughter, and all the wealth they had to his own brother and his brother's wife, the aunt and the uncle. He asked them to hold it in trust, to keep the family safe, and to hand it all back when the boy came of age. And then he closed his eyes and trusted that it would be so. It was not so. The moment the father was gone, the aunt and the uncle simply took everything. The land, the house, the animals, the stores of grain, all of it. And they turned the widow and her 2 children out and put them to work like servants in the very fields that should have been their own. They were worked hard and fed little and dressed in rags, and the whole valley watched it happen and said nothing, because the uncle was powerful now, and the widow was no one. Milarepa grew up like that, hungry and humiliated, and watching his mother's back bend lower every year, under a bitterness that had nowhere to go. And that bitterness, in the end, is the thing that ruined him. Because his mother, ground down past the point of bearing it, conceived one fierce and consuming wish: revenge. She wanted the people who had done this to suffer, as her family had suffered and more. And she had only one weapon left to reach for. So she sold the last scrap of land she had managed to keep, scraped together what she could, and sent her son away to learn the dark arts, the black magic. She sent him to find a sorcerer who could teach him to call down ruin on their enemies, and she told him in so many words not to come home until he had done it. "Do not come back," she said, "until you have brought that house down on their heads." And here is the thing about Milarepa that makes his whole story so unbearably human. He loved his mother. He was a dutiful son. And so he went, and he studied, and he learned the dark craft well, because he was trying, in the only way left to him, to ease his mother's pain. He was good at it, frighteningly good. And so we arrive again at that house on the night of the feast, and the roof coming down, and roughly 35 people dead beneath it, and a young man on the hillside who had just, at last, done the thing his mother asked. There was no triumph in it. That is what the old accounts are careful to tell us. He had imagined, perhaps, that the doing of it would feel like justice. It did not. He stood there in the dark and felt the full, crushing weight of what he had become settle onto him. And it did not lift. And it would have been one thing, perhaps, if the horror had stopped there. But his mother, when the news reached her, was glad. And when the surviving villagers turned on the family in their grief and their fury, Milarepa, still obeying, called down a great hailstorm that beat their crops flat and ruined the harvest, so that the whole valley would suffer for what they had let happen. And only then, with the second ruin laid on top of the first, did the thing that had been chasing him finally catch up. It came as remorse. Not a court, not a sentence handed down from outside, not a punishment imposed by anyone. The inside simply collapsed. He looked at what he had done. The dozens of lives ended, the harvests destroyed, the grief he had multiplied across a whole valley. And he understood that he had poisoned not just other people's lives, but his own, that he had become a thing he could not live with. There is a particular kind of horror, nightlings, that comes only when the person you most need to escape is yourself, and there is no road that leads away from your own hands. Milarepa lay down in that horror, and for a long time he could not get up. But he did get up. And what he did next is the reason we are telling his story 1,000 years later. Because most people, carrying a weight like that, do one of two things. They harden and decide the weight is not theirs to carry and become worse. Or they break and let the weight crush them into despair. Milarepa did neither. He went looking desperately for a way to undo it, not to forget it, not to be forgiven and feel better. To actually face it, all of it, and find out whether a man who had done what he had done could ever become anything else. And the search led him, at last, to a farmer. A gruff, fierce, plain-spoken layman named Marpa, who lived not in a temple but on his own land, and who had travelled all the way to India and back to gather the deepest Buddhist teachings and carry them home. Marpa, the translator, they called him. And Milarepa came to him on his knees and laid the whole black history of his life at the man's feet, and begged to be taught the way out. You might expect here a scene of compassion, a wise master gathering a broken man into his arms and lifting the burden from him. That is not what happened. Marpa looked at this murderer kneeling in his yard, this man carrying the deaths of dozens, and he agreed to help him. And then, for years, he refused to teach him anything at all. What Marpa did instead was put a great weight into Milarepa's hands and tell him to carry it. He pointed to a spot on his land and told Milarepa to build him a tower. A stone tower raised single-handed, every rock carried and lifted and set by Milarepa alone. So Milarepa built it. He hauled the stones until his hands bled, and his back was a ruin, and at last the tower stood. And Marpa came and looked at it, and told him it was in the wrong place, and the design was wrong, and he was to tear it down, carry every single stone back to where he had found it, and start again somewhere else. So Milarepa tore it down, and built another, and Marpa rejected that one too, and he built a third and a fourth, again and again. 4 towers raised and pulled down by one pair of hands, the open sores on his back never given time to close, before the next load opened them once more. I will not dwell on what that did to his body. The old accounts do not flinch from it, but we need not linger. It is enough to know that by the end he was broken down to almost nothing, hollowed out, with no pride left in him anywhere, weeping, certain that this terrible old man meant only to torment him and would never teach him a thing. And this, nightlings, is the teaching at the heart of his whole strange life. So let us slow down and sit with it, because it is gentler than it looks. The Tibetans and the Buddhists before them had a word for the law that governed what had happened to Milarepa: karma. And karma is one of the most misunderstood ideas in the world. So let me say plainly what it is not. It is not a cosmic scorekeeper, a stern judge in the sky tallying your sins and arranging your punishments. It is something simpler and, in its way, far more honest than that. Karma is just cause and effect, carried into the moral life. It is the recognition that every action you take, every harm you cause, leaves a weight in the world and in you. And that weight does not simply vanish because you wish it would. You cannot undrop a stone. Milarepa had ended 35 lives, and the weight of that was real, and no amount of regret by itself could lift it. That was the truth he could not escape. But here is the part that saved him. The weight is real, and it is not the end of you. Because karma is cause and effect, it can be worked with. The very weight that is crushing you, faced fully, carried deliberately, worked all the way through, can be transmuted into the thing that frees you. The towers were not Marpa being cruel for sport, though they felt exactly like that from the inside. The towers were the guilt given a shape. Milarepa could not carry the abstract horror of 35 deaths. No one could. So Marpa gave him stones, heavy, real, liftable stones, and made him carry them, and set them down, and carry them again, until the guilt that had been a formless ocean drowning him became instead a thing with edges, a thing he could put his arms around and lift, and at last, exhausted past all pretending, set down. That is what purification means in this tradition. Not pretending the harm away, not being told it never mattered. It means walking straight into the weight of it, deliberately, all the way to the bottom, until you have carried it so completely that it no longer owns you. And only when Milarepa was wholly emptied out with nothing left of the proud, vengeful boy he had been, did Marpa finally relent and weep over him and tell him the truth, that the cruelty had been mercy all along, that he had been purifying the karma of a murderer, burning off in a few hard years a weight that the tradition said should have cost him lifetimes. And then, at last, he began to teach. The final tower, the one Milarepa raised when the teachings had been given, stood 9 stories high, built single-handed at a place called Sekar Gutok. And by tradition, that tower still stands today, 1,000 years on, in the high country of Tibet. A monument made of the very stones a guilty man once carried until his guilt had a shape he could set down. What Marpa gave him then were the deep practices, the inner technologies of Tibetan Buddhism, and Milarepa took them up into the mountains to put them to the hardest possible test. He went to the high caves, the cliffside hermitages, where the snow lies most of the year and the wind never stops, and he stayed, for years, alone. He wore almost nothing, a single thin robe of white cotton, which is where his name comes from, Milarepa, the cotton-clad one. And how a man survives a Himalayan winter in a single layer of cotton is its own quiet marvel, because the practice Marpa had given him included one called Tummo, the inner heat, a way of meditation that the tradition holds kindles a warmth from within, deep in the body, enough to dry a wet sheet draped over your shoulders in the freezing dark, enough to melt the snow in a ring around where you sit. I will only name it, not lecture it. It is enough to picture him, a still figure in a cave mouth, the blizzard going on outside, and a strange warmth holding inside the thin cotton like a banked coal. He ate almost nothing. There was little to eat up there, but the wild nettles that grew near the cave. And so he boiled nettles and ate nettles year after year, until, the accounts say, his skin itself turned a faint and waxy green, the green of the only food he had. He grew gaunt and strange and luminous, and in the long silences between he sang. Spontaneous songs, hundreds upon hundreds of them, poured out of him, the realizations rising into verse as naturally as breath, and his students wrote them down, and they survive to this day as the 100,000 songs of Milarepa. And the burden of all of them, sung 1,000 different ways, is the strangest and most hopeful thing, that the hardship was never the obstacle. The hardship was the path, that the cold and the hunger and the years of brutal labor and even the unbearable guilt that had started him on the road were not the enemies of his awakening. They were the means of it, because that is how it ended. Milarepa, the murderer, the man the tradition would have written off as too far gone, too stained, too damned to be saved in 100 lifetimes, attained the full awakening, the complete enlightenment, in a single lifetime, the same lifetime in which he had killed 35 people on a hillside in the dark. He became one of the most beloved figures in all of Tibetan Buddhism, the cotton-clad saint, the founder poet at the root of a great lineage, the teacher whose own student, Gampopa, would carry the line forward for the 1,000 years between his time and ours. He lived, the histories say, from around the year 1052 to around 1135, though some push his birth back earlier still. The exact dates lost in the way of very old and very holy lives. And he died at last, an old man, at peace, having walked the whole impossible distance from the bottom of the human story to the top of it. So let me speak now gently to whoever needs to hear it. Because some of you do. Some of you are lying there in the dark tonight, carrying a weight of your own. Not 35 lives, perhaps, but a thing you did, or a thing you became, an old shame, an old anger you cannot put down, a season of your life you are certain disqualifies you from ever being good, or whole, or forgiven. Some of you have decided, quietly, that redemption is a thing that happens to other people, that you, specifically, are too far gone. Hear what Milarepa's life actually says about that. It does not say the weight is not real. He would never insult you that way, and neither will I. The harm you caused was real, and the regret is the honest human response to it, and you should not pretend it away. But the weight is not a wall, it is not a verdict. Faced fully, carried deliberately, worked all the way through, it can become the very thing that carries you forward. You are not saved by escaping your guilt. You are saved by walking straight through it, the way he did, with your eyes open until you come out the other side. No one, nightlings, no one is too far gone. And yet, standing at the end of his story, looking back at all of it, a strange question rises up, and I cannot help asking it. Because here was a man who had done the very worst thing a person can do, who carried the heaviest possible weight, and he found his way to freedom. He was bound by something enormous, and he got free. But most of us listening tonight have killed no one. We have brought down no houses. We carry no weight remotely like his. And still, if we are honest, we are not free either. We lie awake. We ache. Something binds us too, something quieter and harder to name, and we cannot quite see the shape of it. So that is the question Milarepa leaves hanging in the cold mountain air. If a man who did that could be set wholly free, then what exactly is it that binds the rest of us? We did not murder anyone, so why are we still not free? A man in India had asked that very question 1,000 years before Milarepa was born, and he gave the clearest answer anyone has ever given. There is a suspicion that visits most of us late, when the house has gone quiet and the day is finally done. It comes softly, and it is hard to look at directly, so we usually turn away from it. But here it is. The suspicion that the next thing, the one you are sure will finally settle you, will not settle you at all. You know the feeling. You have wanted something, ached for it, told yourself that when you finally had it, the restlessness would stop and you would be content. And sometimes you got it. the promotion, the house, the relationship, the number in the account. And there was a moment of relief, real and sweet. And then, sooner than you would ever admit out loud, the restlessness crept back in and quietly attached itself to the next thing, and the next. Here is the unsettling possibility, the one that took me a long time to be able to sit with. What if the very thing you keep reaching for, to make the aching stop, is the thing that keeps you aching? What if it was never the lack of the thing that hurt? What if it was the reaching itself? A man worked this out a very long time ago. And then he did something far rarer than have the insight. He explained it cleanly, in a form so simple and so durable that it has survived 25 centuries without losing an ounce of its force. You may remember him. We have spent an evening with him before, on this channel, the prince who walked away from the palace. The young man kept all his life behind high walls, surrounded by every pleasure his father could arrange, precisely so that he would never see anything that might trouble him. And who slipped out one day and met the four sights waiting on the other side of the wall? Old age, sickness, death carried to the burning ground. And then a wandering holy man with nothing and a strange peace on his face. And the prince went home to his palace, full of pleasures, and could no longer feel the walls as protection, only as a wall. So he left it, all of it, and spent years in the forest searching for the way out of the suffering he had finally seen. I will not tell that whole story again tonight, because we have told it, and because it is not the point of this chapter. The point is what he found, because after all those years, the prince became the Buddha, which means simply the awakened one, the one who woke up. And the very first thing he did, once he had woken, was not to dazzle anyone with visions, or claim any title, or perform any wonder. He sat down and he explained like a man laying out a simple map what he had understood about why human beings suffer, and how it ends, and the form he chose for it. The elegant bones of the whole thing was the form of a physician. Think of how a good doctor works. First, the diagnosis. This is what is wrong with you. Second, the cause. This is why it is happening. Third, the prognosis. The good news that it can be cured. And fourth, the prescription. This is what you do about it. 4 clean steps. And the Buddha laid out the entire human condition and its cure in exactly that shape. 4 truths which the tradition has always called noble. The diagnosis, the cause, the cure, and the path. And the first of them is the one almost everyone gets wrong. So let us begin there, slowly. The first truth is the diagnosis, and it is usually rendered in a kind of lazy shorthand as life is suffering. And I want you to set that translation gently aside because it is misleading, and it makes the whole teaching sound far gloomier than it is. The word he used was dukkha. And dukkha does not mean that life is nothing but pain and misery. It means something much subtler and much truer to your actual experience. It points at a kind of unsatisfactoriness, a low background hum of unease that runs underneath even the good days. The sense that something is always just slightly off, that nothing quite holds. You have a perfect evening, and even inside the perfect evening, there is the faint awareness that it is ending. You get the thing you wanted, and it is lovely, and it does not last, and the wanting moves on. Dukkha is not the sharp agony of the worst days. It is the quiet, persistent friction of being a creature who is never, for very long, entirely at ease. That is the diagnosis. And the moment you hear it named properly, something in you, I suspect, recognizes it, because you have felt that hum your whole life, and perhaps no one ever told you it had a name, or that you were not the only one who could hear it. Now, the diagnosis alone would be a bleak gift. Plenty of thinkers have gotten that far, named the ache, and stopped, and left us worse than they found us. But the Buddha did not stop. He went straight to the second truth, the cause, and this is where the whole thing turns from a lament into a kind of liberation. Because if you know the cause of a sickness, you have a chance of curing it. And the cause, he said, is not the world. It is not other people. It is not even the painful things that happen to you, the losses, the disappointments, the way nothing stays. Those are simply the conditions of being alive. The cause of your suffering, the actual engine of the ache, is craving. The old word is tanha, which means literally thirst. The endless, grasping thirst for things to be other than they are. And he was precise about it. He named 3 flavors of this thirst, and you will know all 3 of them intimately, because you have spent your whole life inside them. The first is the thirst for pleasure, the grasping after pleasant things, the wanting to have, the reaching for the next sweet sensation, the next comfort, the next hit of satisfaction, and then the next, because the last one faded. The second is the thirst for becoming, the grasping after being someone, the hunger to become, to arrive, to be the person who has finally made it, to secure your status, your importance, your very self against the fear of being nothing. And the third is the thirst to get rid of, the grasping after the absence of things, the desperate wish to push away what you do not want, to be done with the discomfort, to make the unwanted feeling or person or circumstance simply go away. 3 thirsts: for pleasure, for being, for the end of pain. And the Buddha's quiet, devastating claim is that all 3 are the same machine, and that the machine is the problem. Because here is the counterintuitive heart of it. The thing that makes this a 2,500-year-old diagnosis of a sickness you thought was uniquely your own. The problem was never that you do not have enough. The problem is the wanting more itself. Feed the thirst, and it does not die satisfied. It regrows every single time. You get the thing, and the thirst does not say thank you and fall quiet. It simply turns its head and fixes its eyes on the next thing, and you are off again reaching. The reaching is the ache, not the lack. The reaching. And so the cure, you begin to see, was never going to be found by reaching harder, or getting more, or finally acquiring the one thing that would make the wanting stop. The cure has to be something else entirely. The cure has to be putting the reaching down. And that brings us to the day he first explained all of this out loud to 5 men who had every reason not to listen. Before his awakening, in the years he spent searching in the forest, the prince had fallen in with 5 other seekers, 5 ascetics who, like him, were trying to find the truth by punishing the body, starving it, denying it, driving it to the very edge of death in the belief that the more the flesh suffered, the freer the spirit would become. And he had been the most extreme of all of them, until he was little more than skin stretched over bone. But he had realized near the end that this was a dead road, that torturing the body was just another way of being obsessed with it, and that he would die before he found anything. So he accepted a little food and let his body come back from the edge. And his 5 companions, when they saw him eat, were disgusted. They decided he had given up, gone soft, betrayed the path. And they walked away from him in contempt and left him alone. So when the Buddha, newly awakened, went looking for someone to share what he had found, it was those 5 he sought out, the men who had abandoned him. He walked to a deer park near a place called Sarnath, where they were still at their grim practice, and as he approached, they agreed among themselves to ignore him, this quitter, this man who had failed. But something in how he carried himself stopped them, and they listened. And he did not reproach them, or defend himself, or mention the way they had left him. He simply began to teach. He laid out the 2 extremes a person should avoid: the chasing of pleasure on the one side, the punishing of the body on the other, and the middle road that runs between them. And then he laid out the 4 truths, plainly, the way I have laid them out for you tonight. And he gave them the 3rd truth, the good news, the prognosis. Because craving is the cause, and craving is something that arises and can therefore cease. The suffering it produces can end. There is a way out. The fire can go out. In the oldest telling, the words for it are quiet and exact. The cessation of suffering, he said, is the fading away and ending of that very craving, the letting go of it, the release. And one of the 5 men, a seeker named Kondanya, listening to this, understood it not as an idea, but all the way down, in a single flash, and woke up on the spot, and became the first person in the world, other than the Buddha himself, to truly see it. And what opened in him, the texts say, was the understanding that whatever arises must also pass. Whatever is subject to beginning is subject to ending, including the craving, including the ache. Now, I want to be careful here because the name for that ending is one of the most misunderstood words that ever crossed from east to west. Nirvana. And people hear it and think of some far-off heavenly place you go to, or worse, a kind of blank nothingness, a snuffing out of you. It is neither. The word itself means simply a blowing out, the way you blow out a candle flame. But what is blown out is not you. What is blown out is the fire, the fever of craving, the heat of grasping, the endless thirst that has been driving you your whole life. Nirvana is what is left when that fire goes out. The coolness, the peace, the deep unbothered stillness underneath all the reaching. And it is not somewhere else, and it is not after you die. It is available, the Buddha taught, in this life, in this body, the moment the fire of wanting finally goes still. So they had the diagnosis, and the cause, and the cure. But the Buddha was a practical man, and he knew that knowing the cure is not the same as taking the medicine. So he gave them the fourth truth, the prescription, the actual way to walk it. And it has a name you have probably heard, even if you never knew what was inside it. The Noble Eightfold Path. 8 steps, 8 directions for a whole life to lean in. And the slowness of the list is itself a kind of rest. So let me simply name them for you, one at a time, the way you might count something quiet in the dark. Right view, which is seeing things as they actually are. Right intention, the turning of the heart toward kindness and release. Right speech, words that are true and do no harm. Right action, conduct that wounds no one. Right livelihood, earning your living in a way that leaves the world no worse. Right effort, the steady, unforced tending of the mind. Right mindfulness, the simple awareness of what is as it is without grasping. And right concentration, the gathering of the scattered mind into stillness. 8 of them. And the tradition has always said, this is the middle way, the road that runs between every extreme, neither chasing pleasure nor punishing yourself, but walking, balanced, down the center. There is a lovely image the Buddha is said to have used later for a monk who was driving himself too hard. A man named Sona, who had been a musician before he took up the robe. The Buddha asked him, when the strings of a lute are tuned too tight, does the instrument sound well? No. And when they are strung too loose? No. But when they are tuned neither too tight nor too loose, just right, then is the lute fit to play? Yes. So it is, he said with a life. Too tight and it snaps. Too slack and it makes no music at all. The note only comes when the tension is just right. That is the middle way. Not the rigid extreme and not the collapse, but the patient, well-tuned center where a life can finally make its sound. And now, let me bring all of this the whole long way home, across 25 centuries, and set it down beside your own life, because it fits there far more snugly than you might wish. That first flavor of the thirst, the grasping after the next pleasant sensation. Consider the scroll, the endless feed, the small chime of relief when something new appears, and then the restlessness again, the thumb already moving, reaching for the next. Consider the cart, the thing in it you are sure will make the day better, and the way the wanting simply relocates the moment the parcel arrives. Whole industries, vast and tireless, have been built in our age for one single purpose: to keep that thirst alive in you, so that you keep reaching and keep buying and keep scrolling, never quite quenched. The Buddha named the exact mechanism of all of it, 2,500 years before there was a screen to glow in the dark, or an algorithm to learn the precise shape of your wanting. He called it tanha. We just gave it newer clothes. And the cure he named is the same one it has always been. And it runs precisely against the grain of everything our age will tell you. The peace you are looking for is not one more thing to acquire. You will not get to it by reaching, because the reaching is the very thing in the way. Peace, in this teaching, is not something you add to your life. It is what is left, what was always underneath, when you stop adding. It is subtraction, not acquisition. You do not build the calm. You let the fire of wanting die down, and the calm is simply there, the way the still water is there once the churning stops. The whole genius of it, the thing that makes it a medicine and not just a complaint, is that it asks you to do less, not more. To want less, to grasp less, to feed the thirst less. And in the space that opens up where all that reaching used to be, you find the thing you were reaching for had been sitting there quietly the entire time. They handed him a piece of paper that said, in the careful official hand of the temple, that he was enlightened. A certificate, a seal, proof, stamped and recorded, that this man had seen the truth and could now be trusted to teach it. And he took it, this thing men spent their whole lives hoping to be handed, and he threw it on the ground and walked away. His master, being a practical sort, picked it up and kept it safe. So Ikkyu found it and tore it into pieces. And when his patient students fitted the pieces back together, like a broken plate, and presented it to him once more, he burned it. Completely. He was not being modest, you understand. He thought the paper was a lie. And of all the things in this world that Ikkyu could not abide, a lie was very near the top of the list. Most of all, a lie about himself. So let us spend an evening with him. He is the one, I think, you will smile at most. His name was Ikkyu Sojun, and he lived in Japan from around the year 1394 to 1481, in an age when the Zen of his country had grown, in places, rather sick. The great monasteries had become wealthy and tangled up with the wealthy people who funded them. Enlightenment, the most private and unpurchasable thing there is, had quietly become a kind of currency, and the seal of awakening itself, the Inca, the formal certificate a master granted a student to confirm his realization, had begun to be handed out for reasons that had very little to do with realization and a great deal to do with patronage and politics and keeping the right families happy. That is the Inca. That is the thing he burned. And here is the whole of Ikkyu's objection, so simple a child could hold it, so sharp that grown abbots winced. No piece of paper can certify a thing like that. You can frame a diploma and hang it on the wall, and it tells you nothing about whether the man beneath it knows anything at all. So when the institution had started selling the seal had become worthless. And an honest man, holding a worthless thing that everyone treats as precious, has only one choice. He has to say so, out loud, even if he has to set it on fire to be heard. Now, you must not imagine Ikkyu was a bitter cynic, sneering at a club that would not have him. The opposite. He had genuinely woken up, and that is what gave his contempt its edge. And the story of it is quiet and rather beautiful. He was 26 years old in the year 1420, meditating one night in a small boat out on Lake Biwa, the great dark lake, the water black and still. And somewhere out in that darkness, a crow called, one harsh cry across the water. And in that single sound, the whole thing fell open in him. Not a thunderclap, not a vision. A bird, a lake, and a man finally quiet enough to hear it. He called himself Crazy Cloud because a cloud belongs to no one and pays no rent and cannot be pinned down or framed or filed in a temple's records. You can see already where a man like that and a certificate were going to have their trouble. So instead of collecting credentials, he carried a wooden sword. This is my favorite of his small rebellions. Ikkyu would walk through the streets of the town of Sakai in his monk's robes, perfectly proper, and at his side he wore a long sword in its scabbard, the kind a samurai carried, the kind that meant business. People found this odd, a monk armed like a soldier, and eventually someone would ask him what on earth he was doing. And that was the moment he was waiting for. He would draw the sword, and what came out was not steel at all. It was a blade of painted wood, a toy. And then he would explain. "This is a wooden sword," he said. "It cannot cut. The priests that run rampant in this world are like my wooden sword here. Handsome fakes that are utterly useless in a crunch." He did not say it in a temper. That is the thing about Ikkyu. The whole performance was dry and patient, and underneath the joke there was a blade that, unlike the wooden one, was perfectly real. A fake that looks sharp, cuts nothing. From across the street, the wooden sword and the steel sword look identical, the lacquer gleaming. And then comes the moment you actually need a sword, the real crunch, and the wooden one is exposed, useless, in the only instant that mattered. The priests of his age were exactly that. In the one moment a person needs something true from a holy man, when the grief is real, when the dying is real, they drew their wooden sword and it cut nothing, because there was nothing behind the lacquer. He lived this, not just preached it. He drank in taverns, wandered like a beggar, kept company with the imperfect people the respectable monks would not be seen near, and refused, flatly, to pretend to a purity he did not have. Because, to Ikkyu, the pretense was the only real sin. A monk who pretends he has no desires, no hungers, no failings, is telling a lie with his whole life. He wrote it down. Every day, he wrote, the priests minutely examine the Dharma and endlessly chant their complicated sutras. Before doing that, though, they should learn how to read the love letters sent by the wind and rain, the snow and moon. And here is why this irreverent old monk has something to say to you tonight. Because you, too, almost certainly carry a wooden sword. Think of the self you are asked to present every day. The capable one, the together one, the polished face for the office, the curated smiling life held up for everyone to admire, the gleaming lacquer of a person who is doing fine, thank you, doing wonderfully. And underneath it, the private suspicion that visits you in the dark that it is wood. That if anyone ever needed the real blade, they would find a fake. That is the great, quiet exhaustion of our age. The labor of polishing a sword, you are afraid, is hollow. Some people have a name for it now. They call it feeling like an imposter. Ikkyu had a simpler diagnosis. You are tired, he would say, because you are spending your whole strength performing a self instead of being one. And the relief he offers is not a better costume. It is permission to put the wooden sword down, to be the real, uncertified, unimpressive, entirely honest you, which is the only version of you that was ever any use to anyone in a crunch. And there is one more thing he insisted you keep in view, even at a party. Especially at a party. A skull. There is a story told about Ikkyu, his most famous, and like a good many of his stories, it has grown in the telling over the centuries, so I will give it to you as a story, which is how it has come down to us. They say that one New Year, when the whole town was out celebrating, dressed in their finest, full of food and wine, Ikkyu went walking through the festival crowds, carrying a human skull mounted on a long bamboo pole. He held it up over the heads of the revelers, and as he went, he called out a single word. Beware. Beware. You can imagine it did not improve the party. But he was not trying to ruin the day. He was trying, in his blunt and graceless way, to give them the most useful gift there is. The word for it is memento mori, an old phrase meaning simply, remember that you will die. Keep death in view. Not morbidly, not as a fear to be fled, but honestly, as the one fixed fact that gives everything else its sweetness. And the skull's lesson, oddly, is not a sad one. Every laughing face in that crowd, every smooth and pretty face flushed with wine, has exactly this underneath it. A skull. Yours too. Mine. And remembering, it does not make you afraid. It makes you grateful. He said so himself. Of all things, he wrote, there is nothing more congratulatory than a weather-beaten old skull. A strange word for a skull. But he meant it. It is the thing that congratulates you on the morning you are still alive to be annoyed by it. He held his own life that way, to the very end, which is the part I find most moving. This irreverent old man, who would let no one call him a master, fell deeply in love when he was about 77 years old. Her name was Mori. She was a blind singer, a minstrel, and she became his companion for the rest of his days, and the source of the most tender poetry he ever wrote. He who refused to pretend his body did not exist, was not about to pretend his heart did not either. He wrote her a poem of thanks that has lasted 500 years. "The tree was barren of leaves," he wrote, "but you brought a new spring. Long green sprouts, verdant flowers, fresh promise. Mori, if I ever forget my profound gratitude to you, let me burn in hell forever." That is not a holy man performing detachment. That is a very old man who has seen through nearly everything, telling the plain truth that love had arrived late in the bare winter of his life, and that it was real. He died in 1481, an old abbot at last, having spent his final years rebuilding a great temple the wars of his country had burned to the ground. He, who burned his certificate, spent his old age raising a house of worship from the ashes. There is a joke in that somewhere, and I think he would have enjoyed it. Now, Ikkyu loved honest company. He preferred ordinary, flawed people telling the truth in a tavern to polished holy men performing their purity in a temple. So, in that spirit, let me ask something of you here in the quiet. Tell me in the comments who in all of history you would most like to sit with for an evening and hear their story told slowly, the way we are telling these. A figure you have always loved. Or, better still, someone you suspect the rest of us have overlooked, left in one of the quieter corners, the way history is always leaving its more interesting people. I read them, you know. I keep a list. And some of the names you leave there become the very nights we end up spending together. Ikkyu spent his whole life hunting the real self, the honest thing that remains when every performance is stripped away. Which leaves rather a large question hanging in the dark, does it not? When you do take all of it off, when the costume is gone and the credential is ash, what is actually in there? What is left when you stop performing and simply sit? As it happens, a man in India had been asking exactly that and had written down an answer a very long time before Ikkyu was ever born. Almost everyone you have ever met believes they know what yoga is. And almost everyone is wrong. They picture a mat on a wooden floor, a body folded into some difficult and admirable shape, breath and stretch, and the long-held postures, the touching of the toes, the calm and bendy people in comfortable clothing. That is what the word has come to mean in our part of the world. And it is not so much false as it is a tiny corner of the truth, mistaken for the whole room. Because the man who wrote down the actual definition of yoga more than 2,000 years ago did not mention your body at all. Not once in his definition. He was describing something else entirely. Something much closer, as it happens, to the very thing that is most likely keeping you awake. His name was Patanjali, and I must be honest with you about him from the start, because he is, as a man, very nearly a ghost. We have the work. We do not really have him. The Yoga Sutras, the slim and ancient text that bears his name, come down to us across something like 2,000 years, but the person who compiled them has almost entirely dissolved into time. We do not know with any certainty when he lived, or where, or who he was. The legends, of course, rushed in to fill the silence, the way legends always do around an empty chair. There is a story told that Patanjali was part serpent, an incarnation of a great cosmic snake, fallen to earth to give humanity the gift of stillness. A lovely tale, and we may leave it as a tale. The point is that the defining thing here is not a man's biography. It is the idea he left behind. And we should be careful, too, to say what he did and did not do. Patanjali did not invent yoga. The tradition was already old and scattered and alive long before him, a tangle of practices handed down by teachers whose names are lost. What Patanjali did was gather it and order it and set it down with such clarity that it has never needed setting down again. He codified it. He was the one who finally wrote, plainly, what the whole thing was actually for. And what was it for? Here is the sentence. It is the second line of his entire work, the second sutra, and once you have it, the mat and the postures fall into their proper, modest place. Yoga, he wrote, is the stilling of the fluctuations of the mind. Let us slow down and take that apart, gently, because the whole of it is in there. In his language, the line runs, more or less, yogash chitta vritti nirodha, and each piece of it is worth holding for a moment. Chitta is the mind, the whole inner field of your awareness, the screen on which everything appears. Vritti is the word I want you to feel, because it is the trouble itself. The vrittis are the fluctuations, the ripples, the endless small movements of the mind, the thoughts and worries and memories and plans and replayed conversations, the inner chatter that almost never stops, the constant rippling of the surface. And Nirodha is the stilling of all that, the settling. So yoga, in its own founding definition, is not a posture at all. It is the act of calming the rippling water of the mind until it goes still, until the surface is quiet enough, at last, to reflect what is actually there. And that, I suspect, is a description you recognize far better than any pose. Because the problem, your problem, the one that finds you at 2 a.m, was never that your body would not bend. It is that your mind will not stop. The surface will not settle. You lie there in the dark, perfectly still on the outside, and on the inside the water is churning, ripple after ripple after ripple, the same 3 worries, circling. The conversation from this afternoon, replayed for the 9th time, the list for tomorrow, assembling itself uninvited. The body is in bed. The mind is still out there, moving the water. Patanjali named that trouble 20 centuries ago, and he did not call it a stretching problem. He called it the whole of the human predicament, and he said the entire purpose of yoga, the real and original purpose, was to bring that water to stillness. Which means the famous posture, the asana, the thing we have mistaken for the whole, turns out to be one rung on a ladder of 8. So, let me name the ladder for you, slowly, the way you might climb a real staircase in a dark house, one step at a time, feeling for each before you trust it. He called the 8 together the Ashtanga, which means, simply, the 8 limbs, and here they are. The first is yama, which is how you conduct yourself toward others. Non-harming, truthfulness, not taking what is not yours. The ground floor. You cannot still a mind that is at war with the people around it. The second is niyama, which is how you conduct yourself toward yourself. Cleanliness, contentment, discipline, the quiet, daily tending of your own inner house. The third, only now, on the third rung, is asana, the posture. And notice how far up the staircase it sits, and how small. In Patanjali's own scheme, the posture exists for one humble reason: to make the body steady and comfortable enough that it will stop clamoring for your attention, so that you can finally sit still long enough to do the real work. The stretching was never the destination. It was a way to get the body to be quiet, so the mind could be next. The fourth is pranayama, the gentling and regulation of the breath, because the breath and the mind are tied together, and slowing one will slow the other. The fifth is pratyahara, the drawing of the senses inward, turning the attention away from the endless noise of the outer world. The sixth is dharana, concentration, the gathering of the scattered mind onto a single point. The seventh is dhyana, meditation, that concentration deepened and sustained, flowing now without effort. And the eighth is samadhi, absorption, the water finally and wholly still, the ripples gone, the mind at perfect rest, reflecting what is, undisturbed. 8 limbs. And the posture, the one piece we kept, sits modestly at number 3, a single rung on a long ladder whose entire purpose, from the bottom step to the top, is the quieting of the mind. So here is what I would have you take from the man who was almost a ghost. If you lie awake tonight with the water churning, scattered, replaying, rehearsing, worn thin by a mind that simply will not put itself down, understand that you are not facing a new affliction. You are facing the oldest one there is, the very one Patanjali sat down to solve 2,000 years before anyone thought to call it overthinking or rumination, or whatever clinical name our age has given the rippling water. And understand, too, what his answer was not. He did not tell you to acquire a calm you do not have, to go and find some new and peaceful thing and add it to your life. The stillness he points to is not something you build. It is what is already there, underneath. The pond does not have to manufacture its own clear depths. It only has to stop being disturbed, and the depths are simply there, as they always were, the moment the ripples settle. The whole long ladder of 8 limbs is not a machine for producing peace. It is a way of stopping the disturbance, rung by patient rung, until the water remembers how to be still, and shows you the bottom it was hiding all along. So that is the disciplined road to the quiet mind. 8 patient limbs, a whole lifetime of careful practice, the water brought to stillness by steady, deliberate, unrelenting effort. Climb the ladder, the tradition says, rung by rung, for as long as you live, and you may, at the very top of it, find rest. which is exactly what makes the next man we meet almost scandalous. Because he spent 20 years on a road very much like this one, climbing and climbing with everything he had. And then he turned around and taught that the harder you paddle, the more you have misunderstood the whole thing. There is a sentence from old Japan that, the first time you hear it, sounds as though it must have been said backwards. It goes like this: even the good person is born in the Pure Land. How much more, then, the evil person? Read that again, slowly, and feel how wrong it seems. We expect the opposite. We expect, if anyone is to be saved, it is surely the good person first, and the evil person only afterward, if at all, scraping in behind. But the man who taught this said it the other way round, on purpose, and insisted that the comfortable version, the good person first version, misses the entire point. The failing person, the one who knows perfectly well he cannot save himself. That, he said, is the one the rescue was built for all along. It is the most upside-down idea on our whole long tour, and it came from one of the gentlest men who ever lived, and it begins, as these things so often do, with exhaustion. His name was Shinran, and he lived in Japan from 1173 to 1263, dying a very old man of 89. And there is a kind of tiredness no amount of sleep can reach, the tiredness of a person who has been trying for years to be good enough and has begun, quietly, to suspect that he never will be. Shinran knew that particular tiredness from the inside, and he knew it a very long time. He was given to the monastery as a boy of about 9, and he climbed the holy mountain, Mount Hiei, the great center of Buddhist practice in his country. And there, he set himself to becoming enlightened by his own effort. And he worked. For roughly 20 years, he gave himself to it. Meditation, recitation, discipline, the practice they called the Nembutsu, performed over and over, uninterrupted, the whole rigorous apparatus of self-purification. 20 years of doing everything right. And at the end of it, Shinran had not found his peace. He had found only a deepening, sinking sense of his own helplessness. The harder he climbed, the more clearly he could see how far the summit was, and how weak his own legs were, and how the climbing itself was tangled up with pride and effort, and the very self he was trying to escape. 20 years, and no rest. So, in the year 1201, worn through, he came down off the mountain. He had spent 100 days in retreat, and he reported afterward that he had received a vision there in a temple in Kyoto, and whatever happened in him during those 100 days, it turned him away from the mountain and toward a teacher named Honen. And what does a man do when 20 years of the right effort has brought him nothing at all? He goes looking, at last, for a different kind of answer. And the answer Honen gave him was so simple and so contrary to everything Shinran had been straining at, that it must have landed like cool water on a burn. Honen showed him that there are 2 utterly different ways to cross a body of water. The first is to paddle your own boat. To row by your own strength, earning every inch of the crossing by your own effort and your own merit. The teaching calls that jiriki, which means simply self-power. And jiriki was the whole of what Shinran had been doing for 20 years on the mountain. Rowing, straining, trying to power himself across to peace by the sheer force of his own goodness. But there is a second way. You can let the current carry you. You can stop paddling and put down the oars and allow a power not your own to bear you to the far shore. That is called tariki, other power. The whole turn of Shinran's life and of the tradition he would father is the turn from the first to the second, from paddling to being carried. And here is what makes the carrying possible. In this teaching, there is a Buddha called Amida, the Buddha of infinite light, who long ago made a vow. He vowed he would not accept his own perfect enlightenment unless he could, along with it, bring across to peace every single being who simply entrusted themselves to him. Everyone. No exceptions. And the teaching says that Buddha did become enlightened, which means the vow held, which means the rescue is not something still to be earned or worked toward or hoped for. It is already finished. The boat is already in the water. There is only the letting go, the putting down of the oars you were never strong enough to row with in the first place. And the Nembutsu, the practice Shinran had performed 10,000 times as a kind of labor, became, in this new light, something completely different. Those simple words, Namu Amida Butsu, were no longer a coin paid toward a debt, no longer a thing you did to earn your rescue. They became, instead, the overflow of gratitude for a rescue already accomplished. You do not say them to be carried. You say them because you have noticed, with relief, that you are already being carried. It is not the fare for the boat. It is the sigh of the passenger who has finally stopped trying to swim. Which brings us back to that upside-down sentence. Because it was Shinran who drew out its full and scandalous meaning. After his death, a devoted disciple named Yuien, troubled by how badly people were already twisting the master's teaching, wrote down the things he had heard Shinran say in a small book treasured ever since. And in it is that sentence, "Even the good person is born in the Pure Land. How much more, then, the evil person?" People say it backwards, Shinran noted. They say, even an evil person can be saved, so of course a good person can. And that, however sensible it sounds, runs exactly counter to the heart of the vow. Here is why. The so-called good person, confident in his own goodness, is still gripping the oars. He still believes, somewhere, that his own merit is rowing him across, that he is saving himself by being good. His hands are full of his own effort. There is no room in them to receive anything. But the failing person, the one who has tried and failed and knows all the way down that he cannot save himself, that person has finally let go of the oars. His hands are empty, and empty hands are the only kind that can receive. The failing person has nothing left to do but fall, completely into the vow, which is precisely what the vow was made to catch. This idea even has a name, Akunin Shoki, the teaching that it is the failing person, not the flawless one, who is the true object of grace. And Shinran did not preach it from a safe and holy distance. He lived it. When the authorities cracked down on his teacher's movement in the year 1207, Shinran was stripped of his monk's standing and sent into exile, defrocked, disgraced. And rather than hide what he was, he leaned into it. He did the thing monks did not do. He openly married a former nun named Eshini. He ate the foods a monk was meant to refuse. He stopped being able to call himself a proper monk at all, and so he stopped pretending to be one. He gave himself a new name, Gutoku Shinran, foolish, stubble-headed Shinran. And he declared himself, in his own famous phrase, neither monk nor layman. Just a person, a failing, married, ordinary, exiled person, which was the entire point. For centuries afterward, some doubted the marriage was even real, until, in the year 1921, a bundle of letters written by Eshini herself was discovered, and there it all was, in her own hand. The wife, the children, the ordinary, human, unmonkish life. He had not been pretending after all. And here, gently, is what this exhausted and honest old man has to say to you, lying there in the dark, holding whatever it is you have not been able to forgive yourself for. Most of us are not carrying blood guilt. What we carry is subtler and more grinding, and very nearly universal. We carry the conviction that we have to perfect ourselves before we are allowed to rest. That our worth is a thing to be earned daily by being good enough, productive enough, improved enough, and that until we finally become the polished person we are supposed to be, we have not earned the right to lay the burden down. It is the tyranny of self-improvement, and it never, ever declares you finished. There is always another rung, another floor to fix, another 20 years of climbing. Shinran spent 2 decades inside that exact prison, and then he was handed the key. You were never required to earn it. The rescue was finished before you ever began striving. And, hardest and most beautiful of all, your flaws are not the thing keeping you from grace. They are the very doorway into it. The good person, sure of himself, stands outside with his hands full. It is the one who knows he has failed, the one whose hands are finally empty, who is closest of all to being carried home. You do not have to become worthy first. You can stop paddling now. The current was always going to carry you. It has been carrying you this whole time. You were only tired because you would not stop trying to swim. Shinran laid down the heaviest weight a person can carry, which is the endless judgment of himself, the verdict he kept passing on his own failure. And underneath it, he found an immense and undeserved relief. But there is another weight, just as heavy, that most of us guard even more fiercely than the verdict on who we are. Not whether we are good enough, whether we are right. And the next traveler we meet, a careful man who would not crush an insect beneath his foot, looked at our fierce and constant certainty that we are right, and called it, of all things, a kind of violence. Picture several men, in the dark, led one by one to stand before an elephant. None of them has ever seen such a creature. None can see it now. They are simply asked to reach out, to lay their hands on it, and to say what it is. One takes hold of the trunk, that thick and coiling thing, and says, with complete confidence, an elephant is a kind of snake. Another wraps his arms around a leg, broad and rough as a tree, and says, "No, you are mistaken, it is a pillar." A third finds the flapping ear and declares it a great fan. And here is the thing about those men, each in the dark of his own knowing. Not one of them is lying. Each is reporting, honestly and exactly, what is under his hands. Each is partly right. And each is wholly, stubbornly wrong, not about what he touched, but about the one quiet assumption beneath it. That the part he is holding is the whole. This little parable is very old, and it belongs to no one tradition. The Jains tell it, the Buddhists tell it, the Hindus tell it, passed hand to hand across the centuries, because it says something all of them needed to say. And the man we will spend this part of the night with built almost his whole teaching around its lesson. He was a near neighbor, in time, to the Buddha, walking the same dusty roads of northern India in the same restless century, though the two of them, as far as we know, never met. His name, the one history gave him, means great hero. But he did not begin as a hero. He began, as so many of these travelers do, as a man who had everything and walked away from it. His birth name was Vardamana, and he was born a prince into the Janatrika clan near the city of Vaishali in what is now the Indian state of Bihar, some 2,500 years ago. He had wealth, a family, the soft comforts of palace life. And at around the age of 30, he set all of it down and walked out, the way the Buddha walked out, to seek an answer the palace could not give. For 12.5 years, he lived a life of the most severe hardship. He fasted. He stood exposed to burning heat and biting cold. When people abused him, and they did, he did not strike back, not with his hand and not with his tongue. And in time, more than a year into that long stripping away, he gave up even his clothing, owning nothing at all, as the very last possession a person can release. I will not picture that for you. I will only tell you that he chose to keep nothing and let the fact rest there, quietly. What was he after in all that hardship? He was after a way of moving through the world that harmed nothing at all. And this is the first of the two gifts he leaves on the table beside you tonight. It is called ahimsa, which means non-harm, and in his hands it became something almost unimaginably gentle. His followers would sweep the ground before each step so as not to crush an insect they had not seen. They would strain their water before drinking so as not to swallow the smallest living thing. To us, this can sound extreme, but sit with the size of the intention behind it. Here was a man who decided he would be a place in the world where no harm came from. Not in deed, not in word, not even, and this is the part that reaches all the way to you, in thought. And that is the bridge to his second gift, the stranger one, the one the elephant was holding all along. Because if you truly mean to harm nothing, then you have to look very honestly at one of the most violent things a person does all day long without ever raising a hand. Being certain, being completely, immovably sure that you are right. He gave this insight a name, Anikantavada. It is a long word, so let us take it slowly, the way you would take anything in slowly at this hour. It means, roughly, the many-sidedness of things. The idea that reality is too vast, too many-cornered, for any single point of view to hold the whole of it. Each of us stands somewhere, and from where we stand, sees something true. But none of us, not one, sees all of it. We are all of us holding a part of the elephant and calling it the beast. And out of that grew a habit of speech, a kind of humility built right into how the Jains would make a claim. They called it Siyadvada. It is the practice of beginning your statements with a small, quiet qualifier. From one point of view, in a certain sense, it may be so. Not because you are weak or unwilling to commit, but because it is simply more honest. Because the moment you say a thing is absolutely and only this, with no other side to it, you have done what the man with the trunk did. You have mistaken your handful for the whole creature. And in doing so, his radical thought went, you have committed a small and bloodless violence. For certainty itself, the warm and self-satisfied feeling of standing on the entire truth when you are only gripping a corner of it, is a kind of aggression. It is the opening move in nearly every argument that has ever curdled. And it is the opposite of the gentleness he had given his whole life to. There was a third gift, smaller, that ties the other two together, and it has the lovely name aparigraha, non-possession. He had let go of his wealth, his rank, even his clothing, refusing to clutch at things. But a person can grasp at far more than things. You can hoard being right, the way a miser hoards gold. And so non-possession, for him, meant opening the hand that holds your things, and also the hand that holds your certainties. Letting them sit loosely, not needing to own the whole elephant. In time, deep in that long discipline, he is said to have broken all the way through into a state the Jains call omniscient liberation, a knowing without limit. And it was then that the prince called Vardhamana became known as Mahavira, the great hero. He was the 24th and the last of the great teachers. His tradition calls the Tirthankaras, the ford makers, the ones who build a crossing over the river of suffering for everyone who comes after. He taught for about 30 more years and laid his body down at last at a place called Pava. But the heroism that earns him the name is not the fasting and the cold. Anyone desperate enough can suffer. The heroism is quieter. It is the willingness to hold even your own deepest convictions in an open hand. So, Let me bring him to where you actually live. Not to a forest of ascetics, but to the argument. The one that has been turning over in your chest for days, maybe for years. The person you are sure is wrong, the disagreement you keep rehearsing in the dark, winning again and again to an empty room. Mahavira is not asking you to give in, not telling you the other person is right and you are wrong. He is offering something far more restful. He is suggesting that the person on the other side has their hands on a real part of the elephant, a genuine piece of a thing too large for either of you to hold alone. And that most of the heat comes not from the disagreement itself, but from the conviction that you, and only you, are holding the whole animal. Try, just for tonight, laying that conviction down. Not the truth of what you see, only the certainty that it is all there is to see. Notice what happens to the argument when you stop needing to own the entire elephant. The anger has nothing left to grip. The jaw, set for so long, can finally unclench. You have not lost. You have simply stopped fighting a war that was never going to end because it was being fought over a thing no single pair of hands was ever big enough to hold. There is a deep and unfamiliar peace in those 5 small words. I might be partly wrong. Say them slowly. Feel how little they cost and how much they set down. Mahavira said that no single view can ever hold the whole of a thing. Our next traveler took that thought one step further, and one step quieter still. He looked at the thing itself, the elephant, the chariot, the self, the world, and he asked a question stranger than any we have asked so far tonight. He asked whether the thing was ever really, solidly, separately there at all. Let us begin gently by taking something apart. Imagine a chariot, an old wooden one, the kind that would have rolled along those same Indian roads. Now, in your mind, take it to pieces. Lay the wheels down here, the axle beside them, the frame over there, the long pole, the yoke, the reins, the pins that hold it all together, each of them out in a row, on the ground. When you are done, you have before you everything the chariot was made of. And now, I want you to do one simple thing. Point to the chariot. Not the wheels, you already named those. Not the axle, not the frame. The chariot itself. And you will find, when you reach for it, that you cannot. There is no separate chariot thing lying among the parts, no extra piece hiding somewhere. That is the chariot, apart from the wood and the leather and the iron. It was only ever a name we give to the parts when they are arranged just so, working together. Take them apart, and the chariot does not go somewhere else. It simply was never a separate object in the first place. A philosopher in old India once asked that exact impossible question, and then, very gently, he turned it on you. His name was Nagarjuna, and he lived in India some 1800 years ago, give or take a century. He is one of the most important thinkers in the whole of Buddhist history, the founder of a school of thought called the Middle Way. And he is, by his own legend, more mind than man. A story is told that he brought the deepest teachings of wisdom up out of the realm of the Nagas, the great serpent beings who had guarded them beneath the water until humankind was ready. It is from that tale that he takes his name, and why, in the old paintings, his head is haloed by the hoods of cobras. A lovely story. We may leave it as a story. What is certain is the thing he actually did with his mind. He took the Buddha's old and difficult teaching that there is no fixed, separate self, and with a patient, relentless gentleness, applied it not just to the self, but to everything. To the chariot, to the chair you are not sitting in, to every solid-seeming thing in the world. And here we arrive at the one word that is the whole heart of this chapter, and the one most easily and most badly misunderstood. The word is sunyata. It is usually translated as emptiness. And the moment people hear that word, they flinch, because it sounds bleak, as though it meant your life were a puff of smoke that does not matter. Getting it wrong has frightened people needlessly for centuries. That is not what he meant. Not even close. Emptiness does not mean that nothing exists. It means that nothing exists on its own. Nothing carries, tucked away at its center, a separate, self-made, independent core. The chariot has no chariot essence apart from its parts. And neither, he says, does anything else. Think of a flame. A flame seems like a thing, a bright little self, dancing on the wick. But take away the wax, take away the wick, take away the air, and where did the flame go? It did not flee somewhere. It was never a standalone object. It was an event, a happening, that the wax and the wick and the air were doing together. Or think of the word tall. There is no such thing as tall, all by itself, out in the world. Tall only means anything leaning against short. The word exists only in relationship. And Nagarjuna's astonishing claim is that everything is like that. The flame, the word, the chariot, and, yes, the one he was really, after all along. You. Here is where I am allowed a small smile, because he had one too. Watch what the mind does when it first hears this. It goes hunting. It sets off, very seriously, to find the solid thing, the real brick at the bottom of it all, the one independent something everything else is leaning on. And every time it reaches out and closes its hand, it finds it has grabbed another relationship, another thing that only exists by leaning on something else. The mind ties itself in knots, its fingers closing again and again on conditions, never once on a solid separate brick, because there isn't one down there to grab. And then comes his real master stroke, the line he delivers, I am quite sure, with the faintest twinkle. Even emptiness is empty. Do not, he says, go and turn emptiness itself into the new solid thing, the one real foundation you can finally stand on and clutch. It too is just a finger pointing. Set even that down. Do not clutch the very idea of not clutching. Now, if your mind is gently objecting, but the chair is real, I can sit in it, I do pay my taxes, then you have understood the problem exactly. And his answer is the most reassuring part of the whole teaching. He called it the two truths. On the one hand, there is the everyday, conventional truth, where the chair holds you up and the mountain is most certainly there, and you should absolutely pay your taxes. None of that is denied. None of it is a trick. On the other hand, there is the deeper, ultimate truth, where none of those things has a fixed, separate, self-made core, where all of it is woven of conditions, every thread held up by every other. And here is the gift. Both are true at once. They are not two different worlds. They are two ways of looking at the very same one. The mountain is solidly there, and the mountain is woven of conditions. You do not have to choose. The verified words he left in his great work put it like this: whatever is dependently co-arisen, that is explained to be emptiness. That, being a dependent designation, is itself the middle way. Which is only to say, in his careful ancient grammar, the thing that arises by leaning on everything else is the very thing we mean by empty. So let me bring this strange, beautiful idea all the way home to you lying there. Because it is not really about chariots. It is about the self you defend at 3 in the morning, the one anxiety guards so fiercely, with its flaws and its shape it has decided can never change. And it is about the problem you are certain you are trapped inside, permanently, the way it is. Nagarjuna's whole life of thought leans down toward you in the dark and says, gently, neither of those is a solid brick. They never were. The self is not a stone. It is a process, a verb the universe is doing, woven this very moment out of conditions that are already, even now, quietly changing. And that is not a loss. That is the best news there is. Because a brick can never become anything other than a brick. But a process can. The very groundlessness that sounds so frightening is the exact reason you are not stuck, that the problem is not permanent, that there is always more room to move than the fear is willing to admit. And in the quiet that thought leaves behind, let me tell you very softly where you can find more of this kind of slow company. On a page called Patreon, I sit and read the old classics aloud, in full, at this same unhurried pace. Books like the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor writing himself notes on how to bear a life, the sort of company that holds up at any hour of the night. And those who join me there can do something I rather love. They can tell me which book they would like read to them next, the one they have always meant to sit with and never quite have. And when they do, my answer is a simple one. I will do. If that sounds like your kind of evening, the way there is waiting whenever you want it. All of that was a teaching about how lightly the solid world is held, an idea, beautiful and abstract, about chariots that come apart in the mind. Our next traveler did not have to imagine losing everything. He watched it happen. A real man. A real country. taken from him in the cold, in the dark, in a single night. On a cold night in the spring of 1959, a young man of 23 put on the clothes of an ordinary soldier so that no one would know his face, and slipped out of his own palace into the dark. Behind him lay the only home he had ever known, a city high in the mountains, and a country he was about to leave, as it turned out, forever. He went on foot and on horseback up into the great cold passes of the Himalayas, moving by night, the most hunted man in the land. He was not a criminal, fleeing justice. He was the ruler of that country, fleeing for his life. And the most remarkable thing about him, the thing that has nothing to do with crowns or countries, is what he chose to do over the long years that followed, with all the reasons he had been given to hate. His name now is Tenzin Gyatso, and he is the 14th Dalai Lama. He is the only living person we will meet on this whole long journey, and so I will tread carefully and tell you only what is plainly known. He was not born to any of this. He was born in the summer of 1935 in a small farming village in a remote region called Amdo to a family that worked the land. A peasant child in a house of peasants. And then, when he was about 2 years old, a search party arrived. They had been looking, in the way that tradition guides them, for the new incarnation of the Dalai Lama who had recently died, the 13th. And in that farmhouse, the story goes, the tiny boy reached for the old Lama's belongings and claimed them as his own. He was taken from the fields and the farmhouse and enthroned, while still a small child, as the spiritual leader of a nation. He was 15 years old, barely more than a boy, when the full weight of temporal power was placed on his shoulders. And it was placed there in the very season that a great army crossed his country's border and began to take it. For 9 years he tried, a very young man, to hold his people and his homeland through an impossible time. And then, in 1959, with his own life in danger, came the night flight into the mountains and the long road down into exile in India, where he has remained ever since, leading tens of thousands of his people who followed him into that exile, from a town called Dharamsala in the foothills of the Himalayas. Now, here is a man who lost his entire country, his home, his people scattered, many of them imprisoned, many killed. Every reason a human being could ever be handed to carry hatred for the rest of his days, he was handed. And this is the heart of everything he has to teach, the gentlest argument on our whole journey. Strip away the robes, he says, strip away the titles and the ancient doctrines, and what is left at the very center of a good life is something almost embarrassingly simple. It is kindness. My religion is very simple, he has said, in words that are truly his. My religion is kindness. He does not mean kindness as a soft and naive thing, a weakness that lets the world walk over you. He means it as the most practical force there is, the actual source of your own peace, the ground of a steady heart. And then, he says, the thing that changes everything, the thing that lifts kindness out of the realm of nice ideas and into something you can actually pick up and use tonight. Compassion, he teaches, is not a mood. It is not a warm feeling that happens to visit you on your good days and abandons you on your bad ones. It is a skill. It is something you train, the way you train a muscle, the way you learn a language, slowly, by practice, a little at a time, until what was once an effort becomes the natural shape of how you meet the world. And because it is a skill and not a mood, anyone can learn it. He is careful to teach it not as a religious demand, but as a plain human ethic, available to the devout and the doubting alike, to anyone at all who would simply like to suffer less and to cause less suffering. If you want others to be happy, he says, practice compassion. If you want to be happy, practice compassion. The Tibetan word for it is karuna. But the practice needs no special word. It only needs doing. And he is the proof of his own teaching, which is why the world has listened. Here is a man with the most justified grievance imaginable, and across all the long decades of his exile, he has refused, again and again, deliberately and as a discipline, to hate the ones who took his country. He has gone so far as to call them his friends. Not because he is pretending the wrong did not happen, not because the loss did not cut to the bone, but because he understood something with perfect clarity. That to add hatred to his loss would be to injure himself a second time with his own hand. The country was already gone. To pour hatred on top of that would only be to set fire to what little peace remained to him. And in 1989, the world, watching this, gave him its Nobel Peace Prize, an acknowledgement of a choice made quietly every single day for 30 years. So let me turn this, as gently as he would, toward your own life. Almost none of us will ever lose a country. But everyone listening to my voice tonight has lost something. And almost everyone is carrying a grievance that feels entirely, perfectly justified. A wrong that was done to you. A person who took something from you that you can never get back. The resentment you have nursed so long, it has become a part of the furniture of your mind. The Dalai Lama does not stand over you and tell you it did not matter. He does not say the wrong was not real, or that the loss was not a true loss. He honors it. He says only this one quiet thing. The loss has already happened. It is behind you. But the hatred, the grievance you go on carrying, that is a second wound. And that one, unlike the first, is one you are giving to yourself. The other person did the first injury. You are the only one who can do or undo the second. And so you can set it down. Not for their sake. Not because they have earned your forgiveness or deserve to be let off. For your own sake. Because you are the one carrying it, and it is heavy, and it has been heavy for a long time. Holding on to the anger does nothing to the one who wronged you. It only adds your own ongoing suffering to the injury you already bore. To let it go is not to say the wrong was acceptable. It is simply to stop pouring poison into your own cup and calling it justice. And the way back toward happiness, he tells us, is stranger and gentler than we expect. It does not begin by getting what we lost returned to us. It begins by turning, however slightly, toward the well-being of someone else. The grievance you have carried into this bed tonight, you are allowed to lay it down on the floor beside you. You do not have to pick it up again in the morning. The man who lost the most chose not to carry it. And if he could make that choice with all he had lost, then perhaps tonight, so might you. He chose how to act when everything he loved was being taken from him, and he chose kindness. Our next story is the oldest version of that very same question, asked 25 centuries ago, and asked not in a palace or a mountain pass, but in the worst possible place to have to make a choice. On a battlefield, two great armies drawn up and ready, and one man, the finest warrior of them all, standing frozen between them, who looks across at the faces on the other side and lets his weapon slip from his hand and finds that he cannot move. There he stands, the finest archer alive, on the field called Kurukshetra, with two great armies drawn up and waiting on either side of him, close enough now to see one another's faces in the grey morning light. And his bow has slipped from his hand and fallen to the ground at his feet, and he has not moved to pick it up. His name is Arjuna, and the reason he cannot lift his weapon is the most human reason there is. He has looked across the line at the enemy, and he has not seen enemies. He has seen his cousins, his teachers, the old men who bounced him on their knees when he was a boy. The quarrel that brought these two armies to this field is a quarrel within one family, and the men he is being asked to kill are his own. And so, the great warrior, who has never once flinched, stands frozen in the moment before the first arrow flies, and something in him gives way. He would rather be killed, he says, than lift his hand against the people he loves. Beside him, in the chariot sits the one person who can reach him, his charioteer. A friend and guide who is, the story tells us, God himself, walking the earth quietly in the shape of a companion. His name is Krishna. And what unfolds between these two men, in that single held breath before the battle, is one of the most beloved conversations in all of human thought. 700 verses of it. A whole small book tucked inside a much larger epic, like a still pool you come upon in a vast and noisy forest. Tonight we will not wade into the whole of that larger war. We will stay here, in the pause, in the one quiet moment before anything happens at all. Because everything worth hearing is said right here, while the bow lies in the dust. And what is it that has paralyzed him? Look closely, nightlings, because it is the very same thing that paralyzes you. It is not cowardice. Arjuna is not afraid of dying. What has frozen his hand is the unbearable weight of the result. He is staring down the line at all the grief and ruin that will follow if he acts, and the sheer size of what is at stake has locked every muscle in his body. And so he does the thing we all do when the outcome looms too large. He stops. He cannot move at all. You know this feeling. You have stood in it yourself, even if no army was ever drawn up in front of you. It is the email you cannot bring yourself to send because of what the answer might be. The conversation you keep putting off because you cannot control how it will land. The choice you will not make, the work you will not begin, because some quiet voice keeps whispering the same paralyzing condition. I will act, it says, when I know for certain it will work. And because that promise never comes, because it can never come, you stand, like Arjuna, frozen above your fallen bow, waiting for a certainty the world is simply never going to hand you. So, what does the god in the chariot actually say? He does not tell Arjuna to feel better or promise him it will all turn out well. He gives him instead the single most liberating instruction in this whole long tradition, and it is the heart of what came to be called karma yoga. The yoga, the discipline of action itself. It goes like this. There is exactly one thing in this world that is truly yours, Krishna tells him. The action, the effort, the quality and the intention you pour into the thing you do, that and only that is in your hands. The result is not. The fruit of the action, the way it all lands once it leaves you, was never yours to hold. It depends on 1,000 things you do not command, other people, time, luck, forces beyond any single hand. And so, to stake your peace on the fruit is to build your house on ground you do not own. Therefore, he says, do the thing. Do it fully. Give it everything you have. Pour the whole of your skill and care into the deed itself. And then, when your part is done, open your hand and let go of the rest. Do your work as an offering, not as a transaction you expect to be repaid. This is the part that turns the whole world over. The cure for the dread of the outcome is not to care more about the outcome. It is to pour yourself entirely into the doing and release your grip on the result. The man who only wants to win suffers twice, once in the waiting and once in the loss. The man who gives himself wholly to acting well is free either way. The oldest verse of it survives almost word for word. You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, Krishna says, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities, and never be attached to inaction. You may have heard a shorter, sharper form of this somewhere. A right to your actions, it goes, but never to the fruits of your actions. That tighter line is a lovely thing to carry in the pocket of your mind, and I will give it to you to keep. But know that it is a popular rendering, a polishing of the fuller verse, not the verse itself. The verse adds the warning Arjuna most needs to hear. Do not let go of the action too. Releasing the result is not the same as refusing to act. You still pick up the bow. You simply stop demanding to know how the day will end before you will lift it. And then Krishna goes deeper still, to the ground the whole thing rests upon. He tells Arjuna who he truly is. The part of you that fears this loss, he says, the part that can be wounded and broken and laid in the dust, that is the body. But the deepest thing in you, the one that does the acting and the choosing, the awareness at your very center, That part was never born and can never die. It is imperishable. It cannot be cut or burned or drowned or lost. The body will fall on the field one day. All bodies do, but the one who watches from inside it is untouched. And this is why Arjuna can act at all, why any of us can. Because the truest thing in you was never actually on the line. The stakes you so fear were never able to reach the part of you that matters most. We will come back to this before the night is through, when we meet a frightened boy in a quiet room who set out to prove it for himself. For now, only let it rest on you, lightly. The deepest part of you is safe. It always was. So bring it home to the one lying awake right now, turning some outcome over and over in the dark. The test result you are waiting on. The conversation you cannot now unhave. The thing you have done everything possible about and can do nothing more for, except wait. Here is the medicine the Gita has carried across 2,000 years for exactly this hour. You were never holding the fruit. You only ever held the effort, and the effort is already spent. You did your part. The rest does not belong to you, and it never did. So picture it this way as you let the night take you. A single leaf fallen onto the surface of a wide, slow river. The leaf does not steer. It does not row or argue with the water or strain to reach the far bank by a certain hour. It rests on the surface and lets the river carry it, turning gently, going where the water goes. You have laid your leaf upon the water tonight. Now your only task is to stop gripping the bank. The worry, you will find, was never the outcome itself. The worry was the grip. Loosen the hand, and the worry has nothing left to hold. That answer was given on an Indian battlefield more than 2,000 years ago. We stay in India now, but move forward many centuries, away from the field of war and down to the bank of a quiet river, to a man who walked into the water one ordinary morning and came back out 3 days later, dissolving the very labels that drive men to draw up armies against each other in the first place. One morning, around the year 1499, a man walked down to the river to bathe, the way he did every morning of his life, and did not come back. For 3 days, he was gone. The searchers walked the banks and called his name and found nothing but his clothes, folded at the water's edge, where he had left them before he stepped in. And the village agreed, sorrowfully, on the only conclusion that made any sense. The river had taken him. He had drowned. The river was called the Bain. The man was called Nanak. And on the 3rd day, to the astonishment of everyone who had mourned him, he walked back out of the water. Alive, silent, changed in some way no one could name. For a while he said nothing at all, as though the words he carried were too large to come out all at once. And then, when he finally spoke, his first words were not an explanation of where he had been. They were a pronouncement, a single sentence that would go on to begin, an entire faith. There is no Hindu, he said. There is no Muslim. Na koi Hindu, na koi Musalman. Now, I want to hold this story carefully in my hands, the way you would hold something that still belongs to living people, because it does. This is the founding story that a faith of many millions tells about its own beginning, and I offer it to you in that spirit, gently, as the tradition itself remembers it. What he meant by those words is the thing that built everything that followed. He was not saying that the religions were false or that their faithful were fools. He was saying that the labels are not the point, that the wall we build between Hindu and Muslim, between this people and that one, between high caste and low, the great machinery of division that told a man exactly who he was and exactly who he must look down upon. All of it was a thing humans had drawn over the top of a far simpler truth. Underneath all of it, there is one reality behind every name we have ever given it. The Sikhs hold this in their oldest words, Ik Onkar, which means one. One God, one source, one current running beneath the whole of it. And in the light of that one, the labels lose their grip. Before the source of everything, there is no Hindu and no Muslim. There is only the human being standing there as they are. And what Nanak built upon that was wonderfully, almost stubbornly practical. He had no patience for the idea that holiness meant fleeing the world, abandoning your family, sitting alone on a mountain, growing your nails long. The holy life, he taught, is lived right here, in the middle of everything, and it rests on three plain duties that any ordinary person can take up tomorrow morning. The first is to remember. Naam Japna, they call it. To keep some quiet thread of the divine running through your day in the back of the mind, like a tune you are half humming while your hands are busy with other things. Not to retreat into it, simply to never quite lose the thread of it. The second is to work honestly. Kirat Karni. To earn your living by the labor of your own hands, fairly, taking nothing you have not earned, leaning on no one, deceiving no one. Your ordinary job, done with integrity, is itself a kind of prayer. There is no need for it to be holy work. It only needs to be honest work. And the third is to share. Vand Chakna. To keep an open hand, to take what your honest work has given you and make sure some of it reaches the one who has less. Remember, work honestly. Share. That is the whole of the path, not a single mountain to climb. And he made that equality something you could see and touch in a thing the Sikhs still keep to this day. The langar, the free kitchen, the shared meal, set out beside every Sikh place of worship, where anyone at all may come and sit and eat, for nothing. But here is the heart of it. Everyone sits in the same long row, on the same floor, and eats the same simple food from the same kind of plate. The wealthy man and the beggar. The high-born and the one whom the old order called untouchable. The stranger who wandered in off the road. All of them, shoulder to shoulder, in one unbroken line. In a world that spent enormous effort keeping people in their separate places, deciding who could eat beside whom, Nanak sat them all down together on the floor and fed them as equals. There is no gentler argument against division than a shared table. You cannot easily hate the person passing you the bread. So let me turn this toward you in your own ordinary life, because the loneliness, Nanak answered, is one we know just as well tonight. So many of us carry a quiet sense that our life is too small to mean very much. That the sacred, if it exists at all, lives somewhere we are not. In a temple, on a mountain, in some grander life we never quite got around to living. And meanwhile, here we are, with the job and the chores and the ordinary, unremarkable days, feeling as though the holy thing is always elsewhere. Nanak's answer is almost startling in its kindness. You do not have to go anywhere. You do not have to leave for the cave or the monastery or become someone other than who you are. The whole path is here, in the life you already have. Do your work honestly. Keep an open hand. Hold some quiet thread of remembering through the day. That is it. That is a holy life, lived in the middle of the world, with the dishes still to be done. And the belonging, too, is closer than you think. At that long shared table, no one had to earn their place by status or rank or being the right sort of person. The king and the outcast received the very same meal. Whatever label you suspect keeps you on the outside of things, somewhere beneath it, you are simply one of the row, welcome to sit and be fed like anyone else. Nanak himself, once he came back out of that river, would spend decades walking the dusty roads to carry this message across the world. But the message, all that walking only to say it, was that you can live it without going anywhere at all. Nanak found one family beneath all our names for each other. Our next traveler, far older, and so wrapped in legend that we cannot even be sure he lived at all, found one current beneath all our striving. And he wrote 5,000 characters about it, reluctantly, at a mountain gate, before walking out of the world for good. Legend says, an old man rode west on the back of an ox, meaning to leave the world behind him for good. He was, the histories tell us, a keeper of the archives at the Zhou court, a quiet librarian to the powerful. And he had simply had enough. He had watched the court decay, watched the striving and the scheming and the endless grasping after power curdle everything around him, and he had decided he was done. He wanted no more of civilization. So he climbed onto his ox, an old man in no hurry, and rode toward the western mountains to disappear into them and to be heard from no more. But at the mountain pass stood a gatekeeper. And the gatekeeper, whose name the story gives as Yin Shi, knew exactly who this traveler was. He looked at the old man on the ox and understood that one of the wisest minds of the age was about to walk out through his gate and vanish forever, taking everything he knew with him. And so he refused to raise the gate. "You may not pass," he said, "until you have written it down. All of it. Whatever it is you know. Leave it behind for the rest of us before you go. And here, nightlings, is the small joke at the heart of the whole thing. The kind of joke this old man would have appreciated, I think. The most famous book ever written about letting go, about not forcing, about yielding rather than grasping, was squeezed out of a man who only wanted to be left alone. He did not want to write it. He was, by every account, a reluctant author, detained at a gate against his wishes, scribbling down his wisdom only because a border guard would not let him leave until he did. And we should be honest with each other, the way good company is. We are not even certain he existed. The careful scholars who have spent their lives on this suspect, there may never have been one single old master at all, that the book grew over generations from many quiet voices and was gathered, later, under one legendary name. So I give you the man, and the gate, and the ox, exactly as I received them, as legend. The book, at least, is real. And what he set down at that gate, willing or not, is one of the gentlest things ever written for the exhausted. It opens with a kind of warning. The way that can be spoken of, he writes, is not the eternal way. The thing he is pointing at, which he calls the Tao, the way underneath everything, is simply too vast to be caught in words. The moment you pin it down and name it, you have already lost it, the way you cannot hold a river by closing your fist on the water. So he is not going to define it for us. He is only going to point. And the thing he points at most is something he calls wu-wei. Now, this is easy to mistake, so let me set it down slowly. Wu-wei does not mean laziness. It does not mean doing nothing, lying about, letting the world go to ruin while you nap. It means something far subtler. It means action without strain, effort without forcing, moving with the grain of things rather than fighting against it. Picture a sailor who does not row furiously against the wind, exhausting himself, but instead sets his sail and lets the wind do the work. He is acting. He is going somewhere, but he is not forcing. He has stopped struggling against the current and started letting it carry the weight. That is wu-wei, the art of not forcing the river. Two more small words, and then the heart of it. Ziran, which means something like naturalness or self-so, the way a thing unfolds when it is simply allowed to be what it is. A river does not plan its bends. It does not sit down with a map and decide where to turn. It simply follows the shape of the land, and in following, it finds the sea. And Pu, the uncarved block. The plain, unworked piece of wood before the carver gets to it. The mind, before it has been chiseled into 100 opinions and ambitions and anxious comparisons. To Laozi, that simplicity is not a lack. It is not something missing. It is the thing itself, whole and enough, before we started cutting away at it. And then comes the image he is most loved for. The image of water. The softest, most yielding thing in all the world, he says, is the very thing that overcomes the hardest. Think of it. Water has no shape of its own. You can scatter it with your hand, push it aside. It offers no resistance at all. And yet, set a single drop to falling on a stone, and give it enough time, and the water will bore straight through the rock. The supreme good, he writes, is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It seeks the low places that everyone else disdains, and in its softness, in its endless patient yielding, it wears down the mountain. The hard and the rigid break. The soft and the yielding endure. That is the whole teaching held in a single drop. You do not overcome by force. You overcome by yielding, by patience, by softness that does not stop. You may remember, some long evening ago on this channel, the laughing Taoist who dreamed he was a butterfly and woke unsure whether he was a man who had dreamed he was a butterfly, or a butterfly now dreaming he was a man. He drank from this same river, that one. They are family, these old Chinese masters of the effortless. So let it come home to your own exhausted week. The inbox that fills faster than you can empty it. The home you run like a project, managing and optimizing and pushing every hour. The life lived as one long to-do list that is never, ever done. Lousy looks at all of it, at all your furious rowing, and asks the quietest question. What has the forcing actually won you? You are tired in a way that sleep does not seem to reach, and the reason is that you have been rowing hard against water that would have borne your weight if you had only let it. So set down the oar. Stop forcing the river. Let it carry some of the load you have been holding all alone. The uncarved block has a second gift here for the ones who polish themselves raw. You do not need more polish. You need less. You are already, underneath all the striving, enough. And then the old man finishes his pages. He hands the bundle of characters to the gatekeeper, climbs back onto his ox, and rides out through the gate into the western mountains and is never seen again. The man who spent his last hours teaching the world to let go, in the end, let go himself. He simply walked out of the story and into the mist and left the rest of us the book. Before the next story finds you, a small thing, nightlings. Some of you, listening with your eyes already closed, may not know there is a whole video that goes along with these words. There is. A handful of people who care a great deal sit and draw and paint and arrange every scene by hand, slowly, so that when you open your eyes, the seeing is as gentle as the listening. It is, in its own way, a kind of wu-wei, craft poured in without hurry, made with love and not with force. If ever you have a quiet afternoon, watch the full version. It is a kind thing they have made, and I think you would like it. Laozi let the world go and walked away from it into the mountains. Our next old man did the very opposite. He could not let it go at all. He spent every year he had left chasing the world, knocking on door after door, certain he could mend it, and the world would not have him. He could not let it go at all. Where Laozi walked away from the world, this next old man spent his whole life trying to mend it, certain he could. And here is the question to carry through his story, Nightlings. What if the most important thing you ever do is something the world refuses to notice while you are alive to enjoy it? And what if that does not make it one bit less important? Because that is the life of the man we are about to meet. The most influential teacher in human history. And he died, sure he had failed. His name was Kongzi, the Master Kong, though the West would come to call him Confucius. He was born some 2,500 years ago in the small state of Lu, in what is now eastern China. And he was born poor. His family had once been minor nobility, but that was long gone, and the histories say his father died when the boy was only about 3. So his mother raised him with very little. No fortune, no connections, no soft landing of any kind. He took the work a poor young man could get, keeping the books in a granary, minding the livestock. Humble jobs, the kind that leave no mark on history. But all the while he was reading and watching and thinking hard about the one question that would consume the rest of his life. For he had been born into a time of slow collapse, the old order crumbling, the courtesies that once held people together dissolving into ambition and violence. And young Kong looked at all of that and did not despair, and did not run for the mountains the way Laozi did. He decided he could fix it. Not with some clever new scheme, but with something old, something we had simply forgotten. And so he became a teacher, and a magnificent one. But teaching the ideal was not enough. He wanted to enact it, and for that he needed power, a real ruler who would let him prove his ideas worked. In his 50s, he finally got his chance, a real post in Lu, rising, the histories say, to something like a minister of justice. For one brief and shining moment, the dream seemed possible. And then, the politics turned against him, and he resigned. And so, at an age when most men think of rest, he set out on the road. And here, Nightlings, is where the story turns into something almost comic, if it were not so quietly sad. The wisest man of his entire age. And he cannot get hired. For the next 14 years, an old man and a small band of devoted students wandered from state to state, Wei to Song, to Chen, to Kai. At each court, he would offer his services, and the dukes would listen and nod and admire him. And then, every single time, they declined. They wanted flattery, clever men who could win them wars, not an old man telling them to be virtuous. Wisdom, it turned out, was the one thing nobody at court was buying. So he kept moving, the eternal job seeker with the permanently empty appointment book. The story goes that someone described him, in those years, as a stray dog, lost and footsore, with no door that would take him in. We cannot be sure he was ever called that, but I suspect he would have smiled to hear it, for it was not far from the truth. Now let us ask what he was offering that the world kept refusing. Because it is worth having. At the very center of it is one word: Ren. It is hard to translate, but it means something like humanness or warm-heartedness, the deep fellow feeling of one human being for another. It is the part of you that aches when someone else is hurting, that knows the person in front of you is every bit as real and as fragile as you are. Ren is the inner thing, the good heart. And then there is its partner, Lai. And Li is the outer thing, the ritual and propriety and good manners, all the small courtesies that, woven together, make life between people gentle instead of brutal. Confucius called Li the visible shape of Ren, the good heart made into action. Manners, if you like, are love given a form. And here is the jewel of it, the thing I most want you to take to bed tonight. We tend to think you must feel kind before you can act kind. Confucius said, no, it works the other way round just as much. Practice the outer form, the courtesy, the patience, the small daily decency, even when you do not quite feel it. And slowly, the inner feeling grows to match. You become a good person partly by acting like one. So you do not have to wait, nightlings, until you feel ready. You can simply begin, and the heart, in time, catches up with the hands. There was one more quiet revolution in him. In his world, the word Junzi meant the son of a lord, a nobleman by bloodline. And Confucius took that word and gave it back, transformed. A Junzi, he taught, is noble, not because of who his father was, but because of how he behaves. Nobility is not in the blood, but in the conduct. Any man, however lowly born, could become a person of true character. He would have known. And you can hear all of it in the smallest of his sayings. One day his stables burned down, and with them, the horses, which in that age were wealth, were status, a small fortune in flesh and muscle. And when he was told, he asked one question, and only one. Was anyone hurt? He did not ask about the horses. That is Ren, nightlings, in 5 words. The human being always, always, before the property. And when a student once asked him for a single word to carry as a guide for a whole life, he gave them one. Shu, something like reciprocity, the imaginative leap into another's shoes. And he explained it in a line you may know, though not that it was his. Do not impose on others what you yourself do not desire. It is the golden rule, but spoken softly in the negative. Not a grand command to remake the world, just a quiet fence around your own cruelty. Whatever you would hate to have done to you, simply do not do it to them. This was the gift he carried from court to court for 14 years, and the world would not take it. At last, an old man now, he gave up the road and went home to Lu, about 68 years old. And the final years were not kind to him. He had outlived too much. His only son died. Then his most beloved student, Yan Hui, in whom he had seen the truest heart of any of them, died young, and it shattered him. Then his loyal disciple, Zilu, was killed in the chaos of the times. One by one, the people he loved most went into the ground before him. And so he came to the end of his life, around the year 479, before the Common Era, believing he had failed, that all that teaching, all that walking, all that hope had come to nothing, and that he would simply be forgotten. Sit with that for a moment, nightlings. The grief of it. To give everything you have to something good, and to close your eyes at the end, certain it did not matter. It is, perhaps, the oldest fear there is, that the work was for nothing, that no one saw. And he was wrong. He was more wrong than nearly any man who has ever lived. Because, after he was gone, his students gathered up his sayings, all those small remembered conversations from the roadside and the lecture hall, and wrote them down into the slim book we call the Analects. And then time did its slow work. About 350 years later, the rulers of a great new dynasty looked at his teachings and found exactly the moral order they needed. And so his thought became the official creed of the empire, not for a century, but for very nearly 2,000 years. The mind of that fatherless, unemployable, heartbroken old man became the moral foundation of Chinese civilization and shaped the inner lives of something like a quarter of all the people on earth. The verdict came. It just came too late for him to hear it. And that is the gift Confucius leaves on your pillow tonight, especially if you are someone doing good and patient work that no one seems to notice. The parent pouring yourself into children who will not understand for 30 years. The one tending a sick relative in a quiet room with no one watching at all. He would tell you this: do the right thing, because it is the right thing. Not for the reward, not for the recognition, because the verdict on a life is rarely delivered within that life. The worth of what you are doing does not depend on anyone clapping. It never did. Confucius spent his whole life looking outward to the dukes, to the courts, for a recognition the world would not give him. But our next traveler, a frightened boy of only 16, did the very opposite. He did not look outward at all. He lay down on the floor of a quiet room and looked inward, straight into the one thing we all fear most. And what he found there is, I think, the oldest cure we possess for the terror that wakes you at 3 in the morning. It was July, in the year 1896, in the town of Madurai, in the south of India. And, in an upstairs room of his uncle's house, a perfectly healthy boy of 16 lay down on the floor, on purpose, and set out to die. It is one of the strangest and most beautiful things in all this long history. His name then was Venkataraman. He was, by every account, an ordinary boy, good at games, careless about his studies, strong and well, and entirely unremarkable. There was no illness in him, no warning, nothing at all to explain what came next. He was simply sitting alone in that upstairs room, one perfectly ordinary afternoon, when a violent terror swept over him without any cause whatsoever. A sudden, overwhelming, absolute certainty that he was about to die. Right then. That moment. Now think, nightlings, of what almost any of us would do. We would panic. We would cry out, run for help, beg the feeling to pass. That fear, the raw animal fear of our own ending, is perhaps the deepest fear a human being can feel. It is the one, if we are honest, that sometimes wakes us in the smallest hours and sits on our chest in the dark, the cold thought that one day this all simply stops. But this boy did something almost no one does. He did not run from the fear. He turned and he walked straight into it. He thought, with a clarity that seems impossible in a frightened 16-year-old, very well. If death is coming, then let me meet it. Let me find out, right now, exactly what this dying is. And let me find out what, if anything, is left when it is done. So he lay down on the floor. He stretched his body out, held his limbs still and stiff, held his breath, and imagined, as vividly as he possibly could, that the moment of death had arrived. This was all happening inside him, you understand. A boy lying quiet on a floor, journeying into his own death in the theater of his mind. He let the body go. He told himself, this body is dying. Soon it will be carried out and laid on the ground and burned and reduced to ash. The body is gone. And then he asked the one question that changes everything. The body has died. But have I died with it? Am I gone now that the body is gone? Or is there something here, still, that the dying did not touch? And in that stretched and silent moment, lying like a corpse on the floor of his uncle's house, the boy discovered something he would spend the next 54 years pointing other people toward. He found that he had not died. That when he let the body fall away completely in his mind, something remained. A bare, simple, silent awareness. A sense of being, of I, that was watching the whole thing, untouched and unafraid. The body could be imagined utterly gone, and yet this quiet witness was still undeniably there. He later described realizing that what is truly aware in us was never born, and so it can never die. And the fear, nightlings. The terror that had seized him so violently moments before. It simply dissolved and it never came back. Not that day, not ever again, for the rest of his long life. He had walked all the way into the thing we spend our whole lives fleeing, and he had come out the other side, and found there was nothing there to be afraid of after all. From that single afternoon, he drew the whole of his teaching, and it can be held in 3 words. Who am I? He called the practice Atma Vichara, self-inquiry, and it is the simplest and most demanding question there is. You see, every thought you have, every fear, every worry, hangs upon a single hook. The thought of I am afraid. I might lose this. I will one day end. Take away the I, and the fear has nothing left to hang on. So he said, do not fight the thoughts. Do not argue with the fear. Simply turn around and look for the one who is feeling it. Ask, who is this I that is afraid? Follow the sense of I down to its very root, like following a thread back to its source. And when you do, he taught, you find that the small, frightened, separate I you have been defending all your life cannot actually be found. It dissolves like mist into the silent awareness underneath it. The awareness that was never born. The awareness that cannot die. This was not a new discovery, in truth. The boy had stumbled, alone on a floor, into the oldest secret in all of Indian thought, one written down in the Upanishads thousands of years before he was born. There is a story in them of a father named Udalaka teaching his son, a young man named Svetaketu. The father takes a lump of salt, drops it into a bowl of water, and leaves it overnight. In the morning, he asks his son to pull the salt back out, but the boy cannot. It has vanished. So the father tells him, taste the water from the top, from the middle, from the bottom. And every time, the boy tastes salt. The salt has not gone anywhere. It has become the water, invisible and present in every single drop. You cannot see it, the father says. And yet, it is here, in all of it. And then he gives his son the line, the great line at the heart of it all. Tat Twam Asi. That thou art the invisible essence that fills the whole of the universe. That very thing is also the deepest essence of you. You are not a stranger to it. You are made of it. The awareness in you and the ground of all things are, in the end, one and the same. That is the thing the frightened boy touched, alone, on that floor in Madurai. He simply proved it on his own skin instead of reading it in a book. Oh, soon after, the boy left home, without even telling his family. Something was pulling him, irresistibly, toward a sacred mountain in the south, called Arunachala. He took a small handful of coins for the journey, and he went, and he reached that mountain, and he never left it again. Not for the rest of his life. For 54 years, he lived there at the foot of the holy hill, and grew into one of the most quietly luminous teachers India has ever produced. People came from all over the world to sit with him. And often, very often, he taught them nothing with his mouth at all. He simply sat with them in a vast and healing silence and let the silence do the teaching. When they pressed him for instruction, it was always the same. Find out who you are. Ask, who am I? And follow it home. So let it come home, nightlings, to you, lying there in the dark. Especially if you are one of the ones who knows that 3 in the morning fear, the cold jolt of it, the thought of your own ending, or the ending of someone you cannot bear to lose, rising up out of the night and pressing down on your chest. Ramana would say to you, very gently, this. Notice who it is that is afraid. The part of you that panics, that clutches, that cannot bear the thought of stopping. Is that the deepest thing you are? Or is it perhaps just one more thought, rising and passing, watched by something quieter and steadier that stands behind it? The fear is real, but the one who is afraid may not be the truest part of you. There may be something in you underneath the fear that was never in any danger at all. And when you finally turn to look for the frightened one, you may find, as a boy once found on a floor in Madurai, that there is no solid, separate, fragile self there to be lost. Only a quiet awareness watching it all. That boy found his answer in a single afternoon by turning inward, and he never once looked back. But our final traveler could not have been more different. He spent years refusing to look inward at all, hunting for his answer everywhere, out in the world, in books, in scholarship, in the approval of the court, even in a garden, staring at a plant until he made himself ill. And life would have to break him all the way down to the very bottom of the empire before the answer he was chasing could finally force its way out of him. By tradition, they gave him 40 strokes of the heavy rod there in front of the assembled court, while everyone watched. And then, when the beating was done, when he could barely stand, they sent him away. 1,000 miles south into the mountains, to a fever-ridden little outpost called Longchang in the wild country of Guizhou. The kind of place a man was sent to be forgotten. Snakes in the grass, sickness in the air, no road home. And there, with everything stripped away from him, with nothing left in all the world that he could lose, the answer he had been chasing his whole life finally came and found him. His name was Wang Yangming, and he lived in China about 500 years ago, in the Great Ming Dynasty. And to understand the man broken on that frontier, you have to understand the boy he had been. Because this was no fool. This was one of the most brilliant minds of his age. And as a young man, that brilliance had very nearly destroyed him. The teaching of the day, the orthodoxy every scholar was raised on, came from a great master named Zhu Xi. And Zhu Xi taught that the way to wisdom, the way to grasp the deep principle that runs through all things, was to investigate the world outside you, to study things one by one until their truth gave itself up to you. So the young Wang Yangming decided to take that instruction at its word. Quite literally. He and a friend sat themselves down in a courtyard in front of a stand of bamboo, and they set out to investigate it. To stare at the bamboo and think upon it and wait for its inner principle to reveal itself. His friend lasted 3 days before he fell ill and gave up. Wang, who was stubborn, kept going. He sat there, staring, straining, exhausting himself for 7 days until he too collapsed, sick and shaking, having learned absolutely nothing about the bamboo at all. It was a small failure, but it planted a very large question in him, one that would take him decades to answer. If the truth was not out there, in the bamboo, then where on earth was it? He looked everywhere. A clever man looks. In books, in scholarship, in the examinations he passed, in the official posts he won, in the approval of the court. He climbed and he climbed, and the answer stayed just out of reach. And then, around the year 1506, he threw it all away with a single act of conscience. A corrupt and powerful eunuch named Liu Jin had seized control of the court and was persecuting honest officials. And Wang Yangming, who could not keep silent, wrote a memorial in their defense. It was brave. It was also, in that poisoned court, very nearly suicidal. He was arrested. He was beaten, those 40 strokes by tradition, and he was banished to Longchang. So picture him now, nightlings, at the very bottom. The brilliant scholar, stripped of his rank, his comfort, his good name. Sick, far from home, sleeping rough among strangers whose language he could barely speak. By legend, he had a stone coffin made, and would lie down inside it at night, asking himself what was left of a man when everything else was gone. Facing his own death in the dark. This is the flaw. Honor it for a moment before the dawn comes, because here is the strange truth of it. Everything that had made him somebody was now gone. And that, it turned out, was exactly the condition he needed. For one night, around the year 1508, alone, at the bottom of the empire, it broke over him. They say he woke in the middle of the night, as if a voice had spoken, and understood, all at once, what he had been getting wrong his entire life. He had been looking in the wrong place. The whole time. The principle he had chased outside himself, in the bamboo, in the books, in the courts, had been inside him all along. My own nature, he realized, is sufficient. Everything he needed had been there, in him, from the very beginning. He had simply been facing the wrong way. And out of that one night came the teaching he is remembered for. It comes in 2 pieces, and they are gifts, so let me hand them to you slowly. The first he called Liangzi, innate moral knowing. The idea that every single person, including you, lying there in the dark, already carries an inner sense of right and wrong. A small, clear, quiet compass built in. You do not have to go and acquire goodness from somewhere outside yourself, from a book, or a teacher, or a degree. You already have it. The work is not to gain it. The work is only to clear away the selfish wanting, the noise, the fear that clouds it over. And the second piece is the one that may follow you to sleep tonight. He called it the unity of knowledge and action. And he meant something very precise and rather uncomfortable by it. He meant that to truly know something and to act on it are not 2 separate things. They are one. If you genuinely know a thing is right, the knowing and the doing arrive together. And so, he said, and these are close to his own words, there have never been people who truly know but do not act. Those who know and yet do not act simply do not really know it yet. Sit with that one, because it quietly dismantles the most comfortable excuse any of us ever make. We all say it. I know I should. I know I should be kinder. I know I should call them. I know I should change. I just, somehow, do not. And Wang Yangming, very gently, takes that excuse away. He says, if you truly knew, you would already be moving. The gap you feel between knowing the good and doing it is not a gap in your willpower. It is a gap in your knowing. You have not yet let it all the way in. This is the homecoming, nightlings, for anyone who has ever hit the bottom. Anyone who has lost the job, the marriage, the title, the version of themselves they were so proud of, and felt that there was nothing left. Wang Yangming is the quiet voice that says, what you most need was never out there to begin with. It was never in the promotion, or the praise, or the proof. It was in you the whole time. And sometimes, painfully, you only find it once. Everything else has been taken away. His awakening arrived like a thunderclap at the very bottom, with everything stripped from him. The last traveler of our long night woke to the opposite truth, and the quietest one of them all. There is no summit to climb to, he taught. The climbing was the summit the entire time. This very moment, lived all the way through, is already it. Here is a question that drove a young monk halfway across the sea. If we already carry the thing we are looking for, if it was never once missing from us, then why must anyone practice so hard to find it? Hold that question, nightlings, gently, the way you would hold a small bird. Because the answer he came home with may be the most restful idea in all of this long evening. The young monk was named Dogen, and he was born in Japan in the year 1200 into a noble family in the old capital of Kyoto. And he learned about loss very early. His father died when he was a small boy. And then his mother died too, while he was still only a child. A story is told about that day. They say that at her funeral, the little boy stood and watched the incense smoke rise from the burner. A thin grey thread of it curling up into the air, and then thinning and spreading and dissolving into nothing at all. And watching that smoke vanish, the child understood something in his bones that most of us spend a lifetime refusing to face. That everything passes. That all of it, every person and everything he would ever love, was like that smoke. Here and lovely, and already on its way to being gone. And standing there, the boy quietly vowed that he would spend his life seeking the truth of this, of life and of death. You may feel that ache stir again as I say it. We have felt it all night. It is the very same truth a grieving woman touched, right at the start of our evening, watching water sink into the dry earth, and learning that everything born must pass away. The same law. The smoke and the water. The boy in Kyoto and the woman by the river never met and never could. But they were learning the same thing. So he became a monk, ordained on a great mountain monastery. And there, a doubt took hold of him that no teacher could untie. He had been taught that all beings, from the very beginning, already possess the awakened nature, that it was never missing in any of us, and he could not understand it. For if that were true, he asked, if we are all already, from birth, possessed of that nature, then why? Why did all the Buddhas, past and present, have to practice so hard to attain a thing they already had? Nobody could answer him. And so, carrying his unanswered question, he sailed to China to find someone who could. And the answer, when it came, did not arrive in a grand lecture hall. It arrived from an old cook. In the year 1223, At a great monastery in China, Dogen came across an elderly monk, the head cook, the one they called the Tenzo. He was an old man, perhaps 68, and he was out in the blazing midday sun on the hot stones, laying out mushrooms to dry, sweating, laboring. And the young Dogen, who thought he understood how monasteries worked, asked him, "Why are you doing this yourself? Why not have a younger monk do it for you?" And the old cook looked at him and said, "Others are not me." Then Dogen said, "Well, but why work now, in this terrible heat? Why not wait for a cooler day?" And the old man said, simply, "What other time is there?" Dogen never forgot it. He said later that this old cook, drying mushrooms in the sun, taught him what the practice actually is. And here, nightlings, is the whole of it. Here is the answer to the question that drove him across the sea. We assume that practice is a means to an end, that we sit and strive and discipline ourselves now in order to become enlightened later. We treat this moment as a stepping stone to a better one further on. And Dogen, after the old cook, denied the whole arrangement. He taught that the practice and the goal are not two things. The sitting itself is already the full expression of the awakened nature. You do not meditate in order to one day become a Buddha. You sit because the sitting is itself what a Buddha does. The climbing, you see, is the summit. There is no other summit waiting somewhere up ahead. He gave it a name, Shikantaza. It means just sitting. Meditation with nothing added to it and nothing sought from it. You do not sit to fix yourself, or to reach some special state, or to win anything at all. You simply sit. And it is the one thing you do for no result whatsoever, which is the very reason it sets you free. As he wrote, to study the way is to study the self, and to study the self is to forget the self. And he gave us one more idea, the strangest and the gentlest of them, and it is the one to fall asleep on. He called it being time. We think of ourselves as moving through time, do we not? As though time were a river, and we were boats upon it, drifting from a past behind us toward a future up ahead. Dogen said, no, you do not exist in time. You are time. This moment is not a corridor you are passing through on your way to somewhere better. This moment, right now, the breath you are taking, the weight of your body on the bed, is the whole of existence, complete in itself. There is nowhere else to get to. There never was. He went home to Japan in the end and founded a great temple and wrote it all down in a vast and beautiful work, and died there in the year 1253, at 53 years old. But the gift is not in the dates. The gift is the idea itself, and it is for you, tonight, more than for anyone. Because you have been hurrying, nightlings. We all have. Toward the weekend, toward the holiday, toward the day the work eases, toward the moment you finally feel that you have arrived and are allowed, at last, to rest. And Dogen leans close and tells you the kindest thing. There is no arrival. There is no finish line out there, in the distance. The rest you have been chasing is not waiting for you at the end of the road. It is here. It is available now, in this breath, in the simple fact of lying here in the dark. This ordinary moment, lived all the way through, is already it. You are not on the way to your life. You are in it. You always were. And there it is, nightlings. The last of them has spoken. 16 lives, 16 roads, 2,500 years of patient walking, and not one of them ever met another. So before you drift off, let us do the quiet thing they never could. Let us lay all their roads down, side by side, and see where they lead. A grieving woman by a flooded river. A murderer in a cold cave. A prince who gave away everything, down to his clothes. A mad monk with a wooden sword. A man who mapped the inner mind. A failing believer who could not save himself by trying. A soul who would not crush an insect. A philosopher who took apart the separate self. An exile who lost his country and refused to hate. A warrior frozen on a battlefield. A man who vanished into a river and walked back out. An old master at a mountain gate. A teacher dying on a dusty road, certain he had failed. A frightened boy in Madurai, asking who it was that would die. A beaten scholar at the bottom of the empire. And a quiet monk watching incense smoke rise and disappear. They never met, nightlings. Not one of them. They lived across 2,500 years and 10,000 miles in different languages under different skies. And yet, by 100 different roads, they all came home to the same quiet room. So notice what not one of them ever told you to do. Not one of them told you to acquire a single thing. Every last one of them asked you, instead, to set something down. The craving, the grievance, the certainty that you are right, the oar you have been rowing against the current, the grip on a result that was never yours to hold. Peace, every one of them discovered by their own separate road, is subtraction, not addition, the laying down of a weight, not the lifting of one. And the self they each went looking for. The fixed, solid, separate self you lie awake at night defending. They found, every one of them, that it was lighter than the fear had ever let on. Not a stone, but a flame. Not a brick, but something woven of everything around it. Not alone, but joined, quietly, to all of it. The thing you have spent your whole life guarding was never as solid, or as separate, or as alone, as the fear insisted. And those of them, the world seemed to break. The teacher who died, sure, he had failed. The scholar beaten and banished. The monk defrocked. The man everyone called damned. The verdict on each of their lives was simply not delivered within their lives. It came later for all of them. It always does. And one thread ran through the whole of it, like a single bright current. Water. The water that vanished into dry earth and emptied a grieving woman's hands. The river a man disappeared into and was reborn. The soft water that wears down the hardest stone. The leaf laid upon the river, letting the current carry it home. It was all, in the end, the same water. And here is the last and gentlest turn of it, nightlings. You are not even the leaf upon the river. You are the river. So here is the one thing to carry down into sleep with you tonight. The thing every one of them was trying to say. You are not the storm. You are what watches the storm. The part of you that has been afraid all these years was never, for one moment, the part that was in danger. Whatever you have been clutching so tightly, whatever you lie awake guarding, you are allowed, tonight, simply to loosen your hand. The lamp is low now. The tea has gone cold, the way it always does, when the talking has been good. There was someone I used to have these long talks with, late into the evenings, and I think she would have loved these 16. 2,500 years of the wisest, kindest minds who ever lived, all of them whispering the very same thing to you as you drift away. You were never as alone as you feared, and you have everything you need already. Rest now, nightlings. Since you made it this far, I'm glad you enjoyed the episode. If you would like to continue listening to episodes with similar themes, I linked them in the description below. You will also find a playlist of our most popular videos. Sleep now, nightlings. And wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done, but yours continues.